Good morning. I call the April meeting of the State Board of Education to order. To begin with, we have special guests. I want to welcome everybody that's participating, both online and here. We have special guests with us today, and I'd like to recognize Dr. Mike Augerbright. You've seen him in several capacities as an award-winning superintendent and as a person that their school district received the most awards. But he's here today representing somebody else, so I'll turn it over to him. And Mike, welcome. I've known Mike about 25 years, so I'll not tell you stories.
Thank you for that. Mr. Porter, State Board members, Dr. Watson, thank you for having us. We're here representing the Kelly mentoring program. And so one of the things that these new superintendents on their checklist of many is to attend a state board meeting and hopefully see some of the action that all of you do and behind the scene things. So I want to introduce everybody. First of all, Michelle Miller, which most of you will know is the executive director for Kelly. Scott Palzer at Erie and Galesburg School District. Megan Gaston is at Elk Valley at Longton. Ryan Mulig is at Southern Line County, which is Hartford, Olpe, Neosho Rapids. Dwayne Ford is at Lebo Waverly, and Don Epps is at Pleasanton. I'm going to call them all young superintendents, but you got a good group of people working for kids across Kansas right here. Very proud of them. They're doing a good job. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Mike, and welcome, and we appreciate your coming. I usually tell people whenever they come to this, what have you done that's so bad that you have to listen to us? But we appreciate you being here. It's time for the roll call. Board members, 9 of us are in attendance here, and our chair, Melanie, is going to be on Zoom. The mission of the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare students for lifelong success through rigorous, quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, would you please join me for a moment of silence? Thank you. At this time, will you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This time it's time to approve the agenda. Are there additions or corrections to the agenda? Michelle.
Thank you, Chair Porter, or Vice Chair Porter. D on consent agenda item D. That's the only one.
Is that for discussion or extra vote?
Different vote, yeah, voting separately.
Okay,
Oh,
And actually, I would like a little discussion as well.
okay, okay.
I didn't, just gonna
That's
piggyback
D?
on that. Yes.
D.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? If not, a motion would be in order to approve the agenda as adopted. Betty and Dina. All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion carries unanimously. Is there, at this time, a motion would be in order to approve the March 12th and 13th minutes? Are there additions or corrections? If not, a motion. Kathy? And Dennis. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Next item is the Commissioner presents on ESSER 3 allocation recommendations. Welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Good to see all of you. Thanks for all the work that you do and thinking about the work that we're going to be doing today. Got to see most of you this past weekend as we celebrated Teachers of the Year. I'll share that with you in just a second. Some of you actually blew in to that. Others of us, had an interesting. Mr. Porter actually could have been at all four. The new district, he would have had teachers in all four areas. Just by the way, the new lines are drawn. But thank you. I think when you thought about running for the board, and you'll claim someone didn't really tell you the truth that it's just a couple of days a month, right? And the patrons will call and email and say, "What a great job you're doing. We really appreciate the work that you're really doing." Well, that may be you may put in a little bit more time than that, and some of the correspondence may not be quite that great. We continue to work on what can we do to help every child be successful, especially as they transition to young adulthood. Today, of course, I'm going to be talking to you about ESSER funding and using this time because we're going to be at the schools for the blind and deaf tomorrow and visiting them and learning about them. So this will be a receive item today as we go through this work. Here are the 8 finalists. We had 25 teachers we recognized in Wichita, 39 in Salina, 30 in Topeka, and then 25 when we got to Johnson County. And these 8, you'll get to meet them throughout the year. And so we're excited about that, and we're excited. The team that from last year into this year will continue until we get to September, and then we'll be introducing a new Kansas Teacher of the Year that will come out of these 8. But hopefully you know some of them and drop them a congratulation card. As we said over the weekend, it's an honor to be your district Teacher of the Year, and they're already winners, and then we get a chance to start to whittle that down toward one. I'd like to remind you, a lot of what I'm going to share with you is not new. I'm going to go into a little bit more depth, hopefully answer some questions. Again, a receive item today will be an action item next month. So we received from the state level only that we could extend our funds through July 1 of 2026. If a school district needed to extend funds, we would have to coordinate with them to try to ask the U.S. Department of Ed to do that. It's a case-by-case basis, but they did agree to extend the funds. This is not any new money. And I think you're going to get questions probably from public about new money because it looks that way. This is an extension of the money that was given to states in ESSER 3. These recommendations are coming to you today, and the vote will be in May. So just again to kind of lay out for you the timeline and what will transpire for you. So let me walk you through this. When you see the word continuation, these are things that we have been doing for the last couple years, and we're asking to extend that to, again, liquidate this money. Post-secondary transition of $1 million. And when you see a number, that number is to be spread out over the 24, 25, 25, 26. So it's over a 2-year period, if you think about that. So this is with a company called HirePass. I'm just going to show you. This is one of the things that they're doing with this money is called cool career videos. And I'm going to just show you, these are all somewhere between 7 and 11 minutes. So they're not very long. And they're done with, all these businesses are high demand, high wage in Kansas. And we use a Kansas kid to introduce it. So let me just show you one of them. And I won't show you all of it, but we'll get a sense.
Hi, I'm Sapphire. Did you know by the year 2050, we'll need to double the amount of food made on Earth to feed everyone who will live on this planet? That means we will need a lot of people with jobs in agriculture. Agriculture is the science of farming. That means raising crops and animals that can provide food for humans. Well, I'm sure you know about people who are farmers and ranchers. There are a ton of other very important jobs that help make the food we eat every day. One of those jobs is an agronomist. Agronomist is a person who helps farmers grow the best food possible to feed you and your family. Today, we're in Ulysses, Kansas. talking to an agronomist that works at CropQuest. CropQuest is a company that helps farmers identify and fix problems in their crops. CropQuest works with farmers in multiple states, and its headquarters is in Dodge City, Kansas. Let's take a look at a day in the life of an agronomist. Let's go! Let's meet Brandon, an agronomist at CropQuest. Brandon, can you tell me what you do in your job?
An agronomist is a scientist that's an expert at raising food. We call those crops. I like to describe what I do as being a plant doctor. Farmers hire us to do weekly checks from the time they're planted to the time they're harvested. Kind of like checkups. You know the checkups you do with your doctor?
Yeah, I get it. Checkups aren't usually too bad, unless they're shots.
I know, right? Besides the checkups we do, we get calls from farmers because they can tell something's wrong or they need help fixing their crops. Kind of like when you have to call a doctor when you're sick or injured. I heard you recently broke your foot. Did the doctor run any tests?
Yeah, he did. He did x-rays to see if it was broken. Unfortunately, it was. I was on crutches for 6 weeks.
Well, just like the doctor ran tests, I'll run tests to see what's wrong and then come up with a plan to either fix it or keep it from getting any worse.
Okay, that makes sense. Today we're in a field of wheat. Can you tell me some of the tests you do when the wheat is sick?
Absolutely. Better yet, why don't we teach you how to run the test? That way you can see what it's like to be an agronomist for a day.
Heck yeah. Do I get to wear a lab coat and a stethoscope?
Heck no, but you do need a more appropriate wardrobe. I got you.
All right. Now I'm ready. Let's go.
Let's go.
Brandon and
So they're going to go out, and then what happens, and all these videos have a similar flow. After they do some work out in the field and they talk about the work, then they'll also talk about what do you need to prepare to do this work, and where do you go to school, and do you need to go to school, all done in Kansas. So when you take a look at these, let me see if I can navigate, you'll see these by season. We have all kind, and there's 3 seasons. So some of this will go toward this work. This again, we're partnering with Kansas businesses, high wage, high demand jobs. You see that not all of these require a baccalaureate degree. There's plumber, and so we're trying to use all of that with post-secondary as we think about that work. So that's $1 million. It goes not just for that, but we also do some advertising with parents, because this is used in 2 ways. It's to target parents to have conversations with their children about post-secondary. In fact, remember the survey we've done where that goes back to that work to say, how do parents, what conversations do they have? I will still tell, I haven't seen this because we're in the survey of this year. When we did the survey though, to start this, the vast majority of parents said, yes, we know there are great jobs out there that don't require you to go to college, but I want my kid to go. And we'll see if that's still a gap, but that's been a gap where, yes, we understand this, but for our kids, we want them to do X. And what we want to say is we want kids to do anything that they really aspire to do. So that's this part. We also are going to propose $300,000 for Kansas Leads. That's professional development led by the Kansas Teachers of the Year. Now, not all of those teachers are involved, but we do 2 of those a year currently. And I'll just share with you, there won't be any video here, but a little bit of what you see in terms of just some of the, so here's some of the team. And you can see them in action. I'll just show you a couple of pictures here. Here's one. You might recognize Jerry Powers, 2008 Kansas Teacher of the Year. She is on our literacy team currently, and she's the reading specialist in DeSoto. She's leading a session on literacy and with the teachers. I believe this one may have been in Dodge City, just as an example. And I'll just scroll down here and maybe, whoops, if I get this correct and show you the team here. Get picture, you can just see all kinds of photos. We just recently were in Topeka, And in a week from this weekend, we will be in Wichita. So that's the team this is in Dodge City, that did the Dodge City planning. So what this will do is plan staff development twice a year for teachers, by teachers, at no cost to the teachers. So this is a free, they come in on a Friday evening, they go Friday night, and they stay all day Saturday, and we call it Kansas Leads. Again, continuation of things that we are currently doing. You might realize we've been doing some letters training. Have we talked about that a lot? I just saw a national publication that was praising Kansas on passing a literacy law, and I thought of you, and you were ringing in my ear, going, "I think we've been doing that for a number of years through the state board," and you have been. So this will continue to training, the math proficiency training, which, as I mentioned last time, you're not as familiar with because of the way we staggered the rollout, and letters of science of reading, and almost half of the leftover budget would continue in this area. So this is by far where we would propose to spend the vast amount of the money left. Again, we own the math proficiency, so that can carry on after the development and the training. Letters we are purchasing, so that ends. Now, later on today we'll talk about Senate Bill 387 and then the literacy bill that was passed and some of the things that'll be happening in the future. But right now that's what we have. Some assistance on assessment. So this is the development of some assessments and the continued purchase of some. FastBridge is a screener used primarily for dyslexia and to screen kids with early reading and mathematics problems. And then some money that would go into enhanced interim assessments where we could get data. And you remember from KCK and Olathe about some pilot that we're spending some money on. So that's the further development of those items. Here's letters, and I know this is a little bit difficult to see, but I'll show you a chart in just a second that'll give you a little bit better idea of it. So I sign up and I learn volume 1, that's an example. I implement volume 1 the second year, and I'm learning volume 2. And then by year 3, we really see a shift in my practice of teaching. And we would think by year 4, we'd start to see increase in student success in literacy. Does that make sense? But I bet all of you are a little bit impatient. Danny, you're not impatient, right? Like me. But you see how long it really takes to impact that. And so as we think about training the thousands of Kansas teachers, we're in various stages of that. Then we have to implement that deeply, and then we believe we'll start to see some dramatic impact of that. This is a lot of words. It violates all PowerPoint protocol to put that many words on a slide. But I want you to have it because when you have it to look back on, you can read about it. This is the Kansas Math Project. I described it last time. It expands teachers' knowledge from pre-K through Algebra 2. So that's key, trying to get kids through Algebra 2. And there's an advisory council that meets regularly. They just had training in Hayes, and last week they were in Lawrence. And Ben and I went over and actually did some video for them. Next year, the trainings have already been set. And you can see where they're going to be. It's primarily between Hayes and Topeka. And what this money will enable them to do is continue to do the training and bring more people in over the next couple of years. This training has just started because we wanted to get letters and the literacy part fully off the ground. This will then start to pick up as letters continues, but then starts to wane off a little bit. This will get a little bit stronger. So, but these modules in this training can live on forever. All right, those are continuation of things. Now, there are a few items that we're proposing that are new based upon your state board goals. So, goal number 1 was to provide an effective educator in every school district. I've mentioned to you many times the number 1 challenge that we have in 2024, which was not true, Dina, when you and I were teaching. we cannot find enough qualified educators to be in the classroom. At any given time, when I was superintendent in McPherson, we had just short of 200 applicants on file for elementary education, physical education, or social studies in any of those categories. That is not true in McPherson today, and it's not true anywhere. So we have a shortage. I was just talking to McPherson College, and I was talking to Shane about the number of people coming to enter the profession. So one of the challenges is, how do we provide an effective educator in every school district? And part of that's to increase the number of teacher candidates. Part of that process that you then are implementing is the teacher apprenticeship program, which is a much different program that we've seen. And so we'll talk some about that, and I will and Shane will later. And to increase leadership development in Kansas. You just met some new superintendents being mentored by Kelly, that program, and I'll speak to them a little bit later. But we know this, shortage of teachers. We also have a shortage of principals and a shortage of superintendents. And again, I could use Dr. Argerbright or myself. I'll use myself. The ascendancy to the principalship and the ascendancy to the superintendent position has never been faster, Mr. Porter. So I taught for a number of years. I was an assistant principal and a principal for a number of years, and I was an assistant superintendent under an outstanding superintendent in Bob Shannon for 12 years before I ever became a superintendent. That doesn't happen today. That doesn't happen. And so how we think about then bringing leadership development or increasing teachers is really, I think, as your goal, it's what we have to do currently. So taken from those state board goals, we're advocating for $1.5 million for that principal and superintendent training in leadership. I'll explain that a little bit more in detail to you. And $5 million for training with high quality instructional materials. We have these terms that are being bandied around now that Dennis, I know, part of the challenge coming on state boards, what's these acronyms and this HQIM, high quality instructional materials. Let me just break it down. It means this: materials in content area that are aligned to Kansas standards, that's number one, and two, have research behind them that say that these materials can help increase student success. Some don't, by the way, have that research behind them. That's really all it is. So we need to be able to help in some training with and choosing those materials. So let me first just talk about in literacy how we would do that. There's the letters. I'm trained in letters. We talked about that being a 3 to 4 year cycle. I then adopt these materials in Salina or in Eureka or in Ulysses. I adopt them. That's a year process in itself, and usually a 7-year cycle. Kathy, you probably ask, what's the common cycle in school districts? 5 to 7 years, because they don't have enough money to adopt every curriculum every year, so they're spacing that out. And then what the research would say, I have a background on how to teach reading. I've adopted really good curriculum, and now I have to be trained using those materials with my knowledge, and that's a 2-year process. So that $5 million goes to staff and service centers collectively in training people with those curriculums. So we deepen math, science, social studies, and literacy. In the leadership development team that I mentioned on principals and superintendents, here's a group of superintendents that we've been bringing together all year on your goal to increase leadership development. And Dr. Miller's a part of that group. And this leadership development team has been working on competencies that then would lead to superintendency. So I'm going to give you some years, but years and competencies aren't exactly the same, depending on when I come in and how much expertise I have. Aspiring, though, are those people who are preparing to be a superintendent but have not taken the position. We think emerging would be in the first 2 years. However, some are going to come with so much experience to that superintendency because they've been a principal for 10 years, an assistant superintendent for another decade. They may not be emerging, they may be already in developing because of the competency work that those people are doing, but generally in years 3 to 7, and then expanding in year 7 through retirement. And within each of those categories, we think there are 6 areas that superintendents will need to focus on. So instructional, how do I help teachers be better instructional leaders? Managerial, nothing keeps you up. You know, I remember as assistant principal, your fear was on any given day on a football game, your bus was going to their place and their bus was coming to yours, and you just didn't coordinate the schedule right. Or these superintendents will tell you, well, it's a lot of fun getting up at 4 in the morning trying to make a decision whether we're having school today or not having school today because of weather in Kansas, and trying to forecast that if it hasn't hit yet. If it's hit, you have a little bit easier, but you're watching the radar. And we often joke in the superintendency, we want to all grow up to be meteorologists with really great tools that miss the forecast 50% of the time. Because when you do that as a superintendent, you get to hear about it a lot. So those are the 6 areas of the competency work that's being developed. And each of those then will be doing some content training, bringing people together. Kelly does that. Some mentoring or coaching so that people can learn from some regional and statewide networking. Greenbush is doing a terrific job in that area currently. And then finally, as you get really seasoned in your career, leadership and advocacy later on. So finally, just some graphics to kind of show you that. Generally, when you're aspiring, what you're talking about is someone's getting their master's degree, or if they already have a master's, they're getting certified. That generally takes 1 to 3 years. And then you can see there the Kelly Institute, what we're calling the KELDS process, years 3 to 7, which would be repeating. And finally, the Kansas Education and Leadership and Coaching would take us through retirement. There's also PhD work, or EDD, which is a doctorate in education. What's interesting about that is some people will finish a doctorate before they ever become superintendent. They do it early in their career. I was one of those people. Others will go back later on. So where they come in is along that spectrum, but what we'll have to do across this is, as we develop this out, we have to make sure that our master's work and our PhD work deepens this work and doesn't detract from that. So the last priority, $500,000 to the registered apprenticeship program to make sure that we have enough, that we're getting enough applicants. And so for everyone in the audience, part of what you have to do for being here, because we don't pay you and we don't even have snacks, is that, we do have a charge. You need to go back to your school district and say, where can we find people that do not have a baccalaureate degree, but could be a great teacher, and we can get them in the apprenticeship program and work with all these institutions that are here today. And so that'll help us. We're bringing the Kansas Teachers of the Year in this summer to work with them. That will help with this also. So in summary, this is the short, I'm going to give this to you in reverse order of the money. Statewide literacy and math training, $10 million. Whoops, I apologize. Let's start that again. Again, for what we talked about. Training with high quality instructional materials and staff, that would be $5 million. Assessment, $5 million. There's the principal and superintendent leadership, $1.5. The post-secondary transition, $1 million. Apprenticeship program, $500,000. And finally, the Kansas Leads, $300,000. Total, that's about $23.3 million. And we have somewhere between 22 and 25 million left. This would liquidate those funds. That's all we're doing again, is liquidating those funds. And so this would be an action item for you next month. And what, Mr. Porter, what do we call you today? Mr. Vice Chair and Chair of Miss Chair?
What about Jim?
How about that? I like that. I would be welcome for any questions that the board might have.
Okay, thank you. Kathy?
Thank you, Jim. Question on the letters training is, how much does it cost per teacher to train?
I will get that for you on Friday, no, because it varies. And the
Okay.
reason it varies is in larger districts, we are training trainers, and those trainers, let's say in Wichita, are training, so the cost of the trainer's large, but then the cost to train is much lower than if you don't have any trainer because you're a smaller school district and you're going to a service center or working through us. So I'll get you the cost for every one of those models.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Just trying to make a-
Ann?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Jim. I know we don't have time today because we have a lot of stuff going on, but can we get a breakdown of the budget of each of these? Like, how are they spending the million or how are they spending the 5 million? I'm sure there's one out there that came up with the number somehow, so, I mean, I don't need it today, but if you could send, that'd be helpful.
Sure.
Thank you.
Michelle?
Thank you, Vice Chair Porter. So, Dr. Watson, are we going to, is the board going to see that examples of the high-quality instruction? Like, will
Yes.
we see, so we're going to see like the curriculum or whatever that they're going to be?
Yes, what you'll see is we're going to be producing a list. Right now, we're working on at-risk funding because that's got to get out the door quick. But we will have, here are some, I'll use literacy, here are some reading programs that meet the Kansas standards and have research backing that would be appropriate. Then districts would know that when they make a selection. They don't have to use those. They can choose anything they want, but districts have asked us, we don't have the expertise to go through that, can you help us? And so that we would show you examples of those.
So would they be able to show us like what's not considered high-quality instruction? Like, so we can see the difference. I'd like to
Yes.
see like a
Yeah.
book or some type of a paper, something that we
Sure.
can show the difference, because I'm still asking for that at this stage.
I'll give you an example in literacy. So you won't see it in a book per se, like a difference between a title of a book. What you'll see is the instructional strategies of how it's organized. So you've heard a lot about the 3 cueing system, which is teaching a young reader, oh, look at the picture and make predictions. Well, that is not considered research-based anymore, and we want to teach the phonics of it, of phonemic awareness. So the book itself may be the same book, Michelle. It's the instructional strategies that the teacher resources are asking to do with that book that would be much different. So we'll have to make sure that that nuance is there. Math is a little bit easier because it's pretty clear cut in mathematics than, say, science, social studies, or language arts.
And I seen my name next, so I assume, since I didn't do that, I assume that's Melanie.
I assume as much. I was a little confused too. We traded places. I just have a quick question, not so much about the funds, but wanted to get on the record. Commissioner, you talked about letters and how we've been doing that for a long time. Could you give a very brief timeline?
Yes. I actually will go back and show you a little bit when we started. Apologize for. We started in the cohort 1 in the fall of 2021. And you can kind of see those cohorts as they go across. We've now trained a little over 7,000 Kansas teachers through the model that's, I'll go back to Kathy's question, Melanie, which was, but if you're training in a district that we have a trainer, that's not included in that number. So Wichita, Kansas City, Kansas, where we have our largest districts. So this would kind of lay out what we've done going into the fall of 24, starting in the fall of 21. Is that helpful?
Yeah, let me ask a follow-up if that's okay, Chair Porter.
Go ahead.
So are you telling me that we didn't start making a switch to phonics until 2021?
No, I'm not telling you that. Thank you for that clarification. I'm telling you that we didn't start the training of letters until fall of 21. But this board adopted the dyslexia task force recommendations prior to that time and started working with higher ed and school districts to put those in place. And I'm looking at Mr. Porter for the exact date of that, but I'd have to go back and get that exact
It's
date.
been about 4 or 5 years.
Yes. So that work was going on before the adoption of letters. That rolled out after ESSER 3 funds came forward. The
Yeah, it was
accelerate.
that earlier date that I was looking for.
Well,
Thank you.
because, Chair Haas, if you remember, while we did that work on the dyslexia task force and implemented this board implemented every single recommendation of that task force, to accelerate that getting into schools and the training of teachers in higher ed, we used a large chunk of the ESSER monies to accelerate that with training. That was the concept behind it.
Thank you.
Okay, there are 2 people in the queue. After that, I'm going to cut it off because we have numerous open forums. So if you have a question after Betty, you'll have to ask during the break. Ann?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I forgot one thing. If you go, I'm sure you all hang on to your NASB standard magazines, but if you go back a few issues, it was dedicated to high-quality instructional materials. A lot of good information in there on how do you define what high-quality instructional materials are, who's out there doing the research on them, and some of those groups we're using for guidance. But it was really good because I think this is a place where the state board could play an important role, and that's why they put it in the NASB standard, like, here's what state boards can do to make sure schools are using the best materials. Like, one of the most startling statistics I saw was that it said that only about 17% of the science instruction books out there are actually high quality. So it's something they can use some help in. I know Greenbush a while back had a deal one day where you could come in and meet textbook makers, and I said, well, are they all going to be high quality instructional materials? And they go, we don't know, we don't check them. They're just vendors who said they could come here and make presentations. So there's a lot of stuff out there that's not good, and I think this would be an important role for us. Thank you.
And we'll make sure, if you can't find that we'll send that out in the Friday note, and I'll ask Deborah to locate that again for you.
Betty?
Thank you. Commissioner, you do an excellent job keeping us abreast of the steps that we take to try and implement quality education. This is an aside to that, and I would love at some point that you would include in your presentation things that we can do perhaps to impact the disconnect that's going on as far as, and I've mentioned this several times before, getting this information out to the community, getting this information out to the residents of Kansas. Because as I hear an aside, it's never good from a community standpoint what we're actually doing in public education, the important role that public education is playing. And perhaps sometime you might be able to include in your presentation some steps that we might be able to implement to get this information to where it matters. But thank you for keeping us abreast.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And I declare the Citizens Open Forum open at 10:37. This is an opportunity for members of the community to make comments to the Board of Education of areas of interest. Each one will be limited to 3 minutes. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. The first speaker, and if I get your name wrong, which is possible, please correct me when you get here. Shane Wentling is first, Regina Cassidy Daniels is second, and Shane Kirshner is third. So come ahead, sir. Mr. Ferguson will be the timekeeper. So I wasn't too far off.
You're very close. Much better than seen, which I've gotten before. Good morning to you all, members of the Board of Education. As you've already stated, my name is Sean Wentling. Currently, I am a junior studying economics and international studies at Wichita State University. I'm here representing Wichita State University, but more broadly, the World Languages program. I graduated from Derby High School in 2021 and now have a younger brother, 2 nephews, and a niece who are enrolled in Kansas Public Schools. Today I'm here to talk to you because I'm concerned for their education, and just like you, I want to make sure that students like them are best prepared to go out to the workplace and to encounter any life experiences that they may come across. So for that, I'm here today in advocation for the implementation of foreign language requirements for high school graduates. Firstly, the immediate and direct benefits are quite apparent. As per data that was released by the American Council on the Teaching of Foreign Languages, businesses that were reviewed last year showed that 9 out of 10 employers are looking for employees with foreign language requirements. Out of that 90%, 32% stated that this is a high dependency on those type of skills, and 56% stated that that demand was only going to increase as time goes on. This is emblematic of changing demographics in the United States as the country and communities within it become more multilingual. It is imperative for us to ensure that our students are able to communicate to one another, to be able to work with one another in the workplace and things of that nature. It's easy to show you quantitative statistics, but equally as important are things which you cannot measure so well. Achievements and opportunities that are made available to these students once they start to learn and work on those foreign language skills. Study abroad programs, the ability to have internships and work alongside those, especially those from out of state or out of country who don't speak English as their first language. I know from experience, last year I was able to go with the WSU Global Entrepreneurship Experience Program and study abroad in France with some friends. But because of my ability, just like my other classmates who had went to speak other languages, I didn't just get to study abroad, I got to meet new friends, make memories, and now I have opportunities that I would not have had without those skills. This is not even taking into account the actual difficulty that comes with learning languages. Just looking at the Department of State, if you look at their foreign languages list, grouping Group 1, which is the easiest languages, including Spanish, French, and whatnot, if you were to allocate 6 hours a day for 5 days a week for a period of 8 weeks, that's 240 hours total, you would only get to intermediate middle, which is just enough to hold basic conversations with people. You want to go to the next step, double that amount, and the next step, triple that amount. I thank you all for letting me come here to speak with you. I'm grateful for the work that you do and grateful for the time that you have given me, and I hope you consider implementing foreign language requirements for graduates. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Of course. Any questions?
At this point, because with the number, if there are questions, we'll have to wait till a break.
Heard. Thank you.
Regina Cassidy Daniels, followed by Shane Kirshner, followed by Dr. Casey Johnson. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Can you hear me? My name is Regina Cassidy Daniels. I'm an alumni of Christ the King Grade School in Kansas City, Kansas. Christ the King does and always will hold a special place in my heart. I've volunteered hundreds of hours on a yearly fundraiser that has contributed thousands of dollars back to the school. However, I'm here today to implore the board to retain the conditionally accredited status and not upgrade Christ the King back to accredited. Christ the King has been taken over by an extreme medieval thinking pastor that presses a Latin liberal arts agenda on grade schoolers that are predominantly Hispanic and who struggle to speak English, regardless of the outcome. It does not warrant accreditation. The current pastor at Christ the King arrived in 2019, again with this ever-escalating push to Latin liberal arts on grade schoolers. As you know, on March 6th, he decided to close the school at the end of the semester. The school has always met its budget, but was driven into the ground. The once vibrant school became a secretive black hole. The only information we receive about the school is through your board's website or Quora request. There is no transparency. I've given handouts, and if you read carefully, Christ the King School tells you repeatedly in both the ARC Summary Report and Action Plan that its classical education is not focused on getting kids ready for high school, but rather on general post-secondary education. ARC repeatedly questioned CTK's lack of data and evidence to support a grade school level classical liberal arts curriculum. I can't stress that enough. In action plans, Christ the King offers practically no response to ARC challenges. There is no plan to incorporate technology. There is no plan to transition students into Christ the King. There are no student-centered SMART goals. I'm running out of time. I don't know if I'm going to get through all of this. Another comment I'd like to make is to address some of the consideration comments. For addressing ELL students, Christ the King once again turns to liberal arts methods from Notre Dame. This program was not mentioned in their action plan, so where did it come from? There are no Spanish-speaking teachers in this school. That is mostly Hispanic. The only 4 Spanish speakers are maintenance men, the lunch ladies, and an office employee. Tiered intervention is a code for more liberal arts. All the professional development will be driven by the Dean of Curriculum, who continually presses Latin liberal arts on grade schoolers. I want to thank you for your time and everything you do for our kids in the great state of Kansas.
And remind the board that we do have a handout that explains.
There is a handout. Yes, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Shane Kirshner, Casey Johnson, and Connor Buchanan. Welcome, sir.
Good morning. I was here a month or so ago representing the McPherson College as well as the other private colleges in Kansas. Handouts being distributed at this time. You'll see on that front page as you get it, there's a right-hand column that lists our 17 institutions and the unit head for each one of those institutions. This is a fact sheet with data mostly about our graduates and our numbers of teachers we're producing in our district. In our programs, I just wanted to point out a few highlights to that. As you know, most of the private colleges in Kansas, we do kind of live for that standard traditional undergraduate student. That's kind of our bread and butter. You know, kids come there to McPherson to play football and continue their education, that kind of thing. But I do want to point out in that middle column on that front page that, for example, our elementary, you'll see that we have added over the last several years accelerated programs, the LEAP program, degree completion. So that's somewhat new for some of us in the smaller private colleges to be able to add those programs. So you see we are taking an active step in doing that. I also want to point out just below that we have the unified and the special ed programs, so we are active in preparing special educators as well. The next section highlighted is the ESL programs that we have. The number you see there of 361 certified teachers over the last 5 years in ESL, that number comes from only one institution. That doesn't mean there's only one institution. Almost all of us provide ESL. We just aren't clear on saying, please make sure you include your ESL data as well. So that number of ESL would be much higher had we had that from all 17 institutions. But just a reminder, almost all of us prepare ESL teachers for the state of Kansas. Only one is presented here. The numbers there for secondary and all levels might be a little bit confusing. Again, a little confusion when we were asking for that data in the sense that some of us reported our secondary with our K-12, some included just K-12, some included, separated in different categories. So that number's probably higher than it actually is. So keep in mind we are there to promote education. On the back side of the paper, you'll see at the top that we know about 75% of our people went into public education, maybe about 16% to private schools. And from the data we were able to collect, we know about 72% are still teaching after 3 years. We suspect that number is higher than was presented simply because we don't all track that number very well. That's a hard number to grasp, how many are still in the field. The last thing I'd point out is the bottom section there, the number of professors and full-time faculty. We estimate probably about 55 full-time faculty in those 17 institutions. So we're mostly 2 or 3 or 4 professors per institution is all. And we are, we had about 72 of us there are 55 employees, but 72 were helping the state do program reviews and those kinds of things. So we do a lot of volunteer work for the State Department of Ed. So my time's up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your presentation.
You bet.
Casey Johnson, Connor Buchanan, and John Richard Schrock. Welcome.
Hi, everybody doing okay? The middle school teacher in me says you've been sitting for too long and need a brain break. I'm not gonna have you stand and do calisthenics,
This won't
but.
count against your time, but I agree with you.
Okay, Woo, the rear end starts to, the blood goes to the bum instead of the brain. Here we go. I am the department chair for the School of Education at Ottawa University. I'm also representing the amazing Capco partner institutions. Say hi. Hi, there they are. All right, my goal today is to support everyone's understanding concerning the impact possible changes and updates have on EPPs, educators, and ultimately students. You ready? Here we go. First item I'd like to address involves the possible change of testing requirements for education candidates. Let's go through some history here. Depth of knowledge and expertise should be required within any content area. The ability to teach that same content to students requires pedagogical understanding and skills. So the decision was made that we need a test that not only measured a candidate's ability to know their content, but also to measure their pedagogical competencies. Enter in 2020, CKT, Content Knowledge Test. Now, we've only had that for a short 4 years. It was adopted and has been required. I want you to remember Dr. Watson's presentation, which was awesome, by the way, sir. 4 years for letters training before we determine if it has any impact on student growth. A cycle within a school, 5 to 7 years. That's what we consider best practices. We don't go up and changing things just because something new and fancy came along and somebody read a book. If a new test were to be proposed, I would request that the board require explicit evidence and data to support the following. This is where we take notes. Data, scores have been collected from the current test. The current test is failing or not meeting requirements. Why? That really needs to be shown clearly. If the proposed new test reviews pedagogical abilities and content, or is it just about the content? Got to be careful not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And ensure that the new test provides equitable measurements for all 4 subtests. Listen, we all need to know Scarborough's rope, but we don't need to be strangled by it. Be careful. Don't be led down a small, narrow piece when these are teachers who are trying to be generalists. For example, does the new test align with the next generation science standards? Is there a crosswalk analysis concerning the frameworks of both assessments? Once all those items are met with due diligence, please remember the timeline and reality higher education is up against. When new standards are introduced, EPPs are given 2 years to implement and meet those standards. When decisions are made that change curriculum, implementation takes at minimum a year, and sometimes that's just the approval process within our institutions. Then implementation occurs in the next year because it's the new catalog year. That means 2 years. If new tests, specific standards, and additional classes or curriculum changes need to be made, please recognize that current juniors and seniors, possibly sophomores, will not have the training they need to pass the new tests and should be allowed to continue with the current assessment. Many of the changes and updates that occur are often needed and necessary, but some might be driven by entities with narrow agendas and without an understanding for how proposed changes negatively impact our desire to recruit and retain quality educators. Thank you for your service and commitment to ensuring both private and public institutions receive resources and funding to support traditional and alternative pathways while holding the high standards Kansas is known for across the nation. We need you and we appreciate you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Connor Buchanan, John Richard Schrock. Welcome.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Connor Buchanan. I am a senior at Manhattan High School just down the road here. I am here to address the inclusion of world languages and the changes to high school graduation requirements for the class of 2028. Entering high school, I was excited to learn a foreign language and become involved in the marching band. I've had the pleasure to do both since my freshman year. Throughout these 4 years, I've traveled to Disney and served as one of 3 drum majors in the marching band. In my foreign language education, I've gotten to do 2 study abroad trips to Germany. I couldn't imagine being an upcoming freshman now and having to plan my next 4 years between continuing my passion for music or learning a foreign language. My experiences learning a foreign language have set me up for success after high school. Many of my friends and I are fortunate to have been selected to selective universities and have received competitive scholarships. With acceptance rates nearing 5%, my peers and I understand that selective schools expect applicants to stand out by having a well-rounded education that demonstrates academic grit and cultural awareness, formed in no small part by taking 4 years of a foreign language. I firmly believe that our academic achievements simply wouldn't be possible without taking 4 years of a foreign language and maintaining leadership positions in other classes that we're passionate about, such as band. However, the new graduation guidelines would make it hard for students like me to maintain both for all 4 years. I want to thank the board for all your hard work in serving me and my fellow students. I appreciate that the board wants to set up all Kansas students for success. In fact, I think it's wonderful that we share that goal. However, I hope that you will join me in recognizing that the best way to serve Kansas students is to prioritize foreign language education and a high school education. Thank you for your time and for letting me speak before you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Strzok, I'm very concerned. First of all, welcome back. And secondly, you've always told me that we could tell that you were going to speak if you had a tie on. And I noticed the absence. By the way, none of this is coming out of your time.
That's okay.
I just wanted to acknowledge that this is, first of all, welcome back, and secondly, I've noticed that you're not properly attired for this.
That's right. I have actually been taken by surprise and glad to support the foreign language testimony that you've seen here. It's 100%. But do you know that the universities are dropping foreign languages department across the country? Almost a third of them are gone. Okay. Well, okay. Well, I wish I could bring some humor too. I speak as an individual. I do not, of course, represent any institution. There's a big packet that I doubt if everybody is going to read, but just 3 days ago I presented to the Kansas Academy of Science the third of 3 annual reports dealing with our international status in science. Out of 44 areas of science, the U.S. now leads only in 8. That's all. China is way ahead, but so is Germany in many of those areas, and also Japan in some applications, as well as Taiwan in computers and so on. The graduate STEM programs at U.S. universities now rely heavily on foreign-educated, foreign-born students. In fact, in engineering, almost 80%. You go into an engineering master's or doctorate program, and it will be mostly foreign, by far. And 70% in physics and chemistry. And they're not forcing our kids out. If we forced all those students to stay away from the United States, the universities would have to close over 3/4 of their graduate programs in science. The data is in the packets that you have. It is from studies that have been done by Belcher Center at Harvard, at Stanford, at a whole series of other think tanks. And it is not a political thing. It is a number count, and the data is solid. Okay? In the last 40 years, U.S. has not expanded K-12 science, whereas Asia and the European Union has. So they now offer 2 to 3 times more science in K-12 than we do. The result is that when you go to college in Singapore or in China, over half of the students are majoring in STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. Half. Now, they're not taking jobs in STEM, all of them. They're going into business and into government, but boy, that means they know science when they're in those positions, which is not the case here. Okay, we lost our lead in the number of 207, the number of scientific papers in 2017, the top 5% quality papers in 2019, and in international science patents. We're not number 1 either. Okay? So in the last 30 seconds here, that we are one of 11 states that requires depth of training in biology, chemistry, physics, or science. But out of those 11 states, already behind the scenes or in public, there is discussion in 6 of them of dropping down to the one-size-fits-all science. And that is not good, along with some other bad actions proposed. Thank you. My time is up.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate all of the comments that are made today. We will consider those for future agenda items. I now declare the Citizens Open Forum closed at 10:58. Thank you all for your participation. And at this time, I recognize we're going to do presentation on Purple Schools, Purple Star Schools, and I see Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Frank Harwood, Deputy Commissioner for Division of Fiscal and Administrative Services, and it's my pleasure to be here today to talk about Purple Star Schools. Before I do that, though, I want to make sure everybody knows that April was declared by the governor as the month of the military child, and so last month we were joined by representatives from Port Leavenworth schools and from Derby schools for the proclamation signing. I thought that was an important thing to just draw to your attention as we recognize our newest Purple Star school today. Just a little bit, so. As most of you know, we have 3 military bases in Kansas, Fort Leavenworth, Fort Riley, and McConnell Air Force Base. And so most of our military connected students are in those areas, but we believe that because of, we believe that all of the 105 counties have some military connected students. This could be through retirees or through National Guard or reserves, but concentrated in these 3 areas. The Military Interstate Children's Compact, which you may be familiar with, is the joint compact that Kansas joined. And through that, we know that we have about almost 10,000 military connected students in our schools. And so that puts us 14th largest population of military connected students. And for reference, we are the 33rd largest student population of the states. So you can see that we have a larger proportion of military connected schools, or students, sorry about that. And so one of the things that the MIC3 has been part of and moving forward with is the idea of Purple Star Schools. And so Purple Star Schools show through particular actions and documentation that they do things that make it easier and more beneficial for military connected students. Military connected students have some significant differences in the way they go through school, mostly in transitions, and then making those transitions as smooth as possible. Now, I will say, having worked in a couple of schools that before the Purple Star School came about, a lot of our schools are doing this. But this is a process they have to go through for documentation, which is really important. And you're going to hear a little bit more about that. So currently, and you'll know this because of last month, you approved the last one. We have 5 Purple Star schools. Those are Geary County, Derby, Mulvane, Fort Leavenworth, and then this year, or last month, you approved Leavenworth as the 5th. We have other districts that are after we talk more about this, are asking questions about it. I will tell you that military connected parents look at these kinds of things as they're selecting schools when they move from place to place. So it's one of the reasons that it's important that our school districts are taking this overt step to show that they are a welcoming place for military connected students. So you can see that most states have a Purple Star program. And what I'd like to do now is introduce Dr. Kellen Adams and Mr. Jake Potter, who will come and talk about Leavenworth's journey to becoming the latest Purple Star school.
Good morning, everyone. I want to say first thank you for your service to Kansas kids. My name is Kellen Adams. I get the distinct privilege of serving as a superintendent for USD 453. A position I've held since July 1st. I see Mr. Zeck on the other side of the table. I've enjoyed the collaboration with him as I see him on a regular and frequent basis. Just a little bit. Oh, are we not live? Got slides, but we can go without. Okay, we'll go without it for now. We did have our strategic plan up here that I wanted to show you because it's really our guiding post for the decisions that we are making as a school district, one of which is with regard to family and community engagement. And we believe that our Purple Star designation seeks exactly that kind of work. So just a little bit about Leavenworth, approximately 3,600 students, and you're going to hear the statistics here from Jake shortly. But suffice it to say, this is my first military community that I've worked in as a lifelong resident of Kansas, slowly matriculated my way east. But I will tell you that although there are some challenges in working with a military community, I would say the opportunities far outweigh those challenges. And I have truly welcomed the opportunity to work with those students and those families as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Potter, who will give you the specifics on our Purple Star designation.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. As I see our slides loading up, I think one of the features of Leavenworth schools is that how closely intertwined we are with the Army. So Fort Leavenworth was established in 1827. Public schools in Leavenworth were established in 1865. So we've always been there as a support to those families. Leavenworth High School is the oldest high school in the state of Kansas. And we also have the oldest, longest standing JROTC program in the nation, which started in 1897. And as you look through the requirements of Purple Star, that student activity component has always been deeply embedded. Not only is it impressive that our JROTC program consistently wins national championships, they're also a huge component of our school, representing almost 25% of our student population, and we've outgrown that to our middle school, where we have excellent mentoring opportunities for our older students to our younger students. As Dr. Adams said, there's our strategic plan, and it ties nicely to the mission of the Purple Star program. It was exactly a year ago today that I met two individuals in the back corner from Military Child Education Coalition, Sue Flores and Kim Schaffner. Sue Torres and Kim Schaffner. They were helpful in terms of guiding us through the application process. And as we said, a lot of these things we've already been doing, but this gave us an opportunity to formalize that effort. And I think more than anything, inspire confidence of those military families that were deciding where they're going to send their students to school. So as you'll see on the right, we now have a dedicated component of our website. So if you are a military family, it sort of stands out. And as you can appreciate, schools are required to put a lot of different things on our website, so it can kind of look like a garage sale sometimes. So anything that we can do to really stand that out is important to those families. And we find that our military families are well in advance of knowing where their next position is going to be, beginning to do that research process. Oftentimes, I'm hearing direct connection from the students as young as middle school saying, I'm coming next August, tell me about the band program. And as part of my job, I help to make those connections, and something that we always take very, very seriously. As you'll see, additional things, we run a little bit higher in terms of our military counts at our high school. Part of that is because USD 207 on Fort Leavenworth goes just through 9th grade. So we kind of serve as an automatic feeder for those 10th and 12th graders. And a lot of times they want to start with us as 9th graders and just remove one more transition. And we do a lot of partnerships with Fort Leavenworth. We meet regularly with their garrison command, trying to make sure that we're able to provide communication to their soldiers, their families. We use them as a recruiting tool. We will absolutely employ a military spouse, whether they're here for 1 year or 2 years. And that's very important to us, and I have the opportunity to present to that group specifically. Each of those represents special audiences for us, as well as the school liaison officer that's posted at Fort Leavenworth. Other individuals we have that I'm going to invite to kind of walk in, our high school principal, James Vanek, one of our counselors, Jennifer Baptista, one of our teachers, Sam Messler, and two students, Raina Clouchet and Connor Torres, both of whom are military connected. A big key piece of the Purple Star program is the student-to-student piece, meaning that as quickly as possible, we're making transitions. And one of the key components of their program is don't let any kids sit alone on their first day of school. And these are two students that I know are very well-versed in terms of finding and making friends right away and trying to connect, whether you're an athlete, whether you're a band kid, whether you're a theater kid, making sure that you've got some kind of connection, you're excited to come back to school the next day. So that's our team. Thank you so much for allowing us to be able to submit and be formally one of those first 5 Purple Star schools for sure. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I was very excited to hear what you're talking about. No child sits by themselves. That is so critical to make those connections. I appreciate you doing that. I appreciate that that becomes part of your culture, part of your student culture, I'm sure. And I think that that is something that's very important. That's a very important and supportive life skill. We appreciate what you do and wish you the best.
Thank you all.
Doug Esser. This is what everybody comes to the board meetings for. Remind you that we meet, the ESSER task force meets on Friday before the meeting, and oh, wait a second. Have them come back in here. Right here.
missing something.
Yeah, yeah. Why don't you take a picture of them and then? Okay. Yeah, do that.
I did forget to tell you that everybody's wearing purple because purple is purple stars. If you take all the colors of the different branches and put them together, you get purple.
Okay,
We're gonna make this work. Frank, do you want to be in the photo as well?
Oh, sure.
We have room for 1 more. 1, 2, 3, and again. And a couple more.
Just coincidental. Coincidental. I don't know. I needed something bright. Yeah. Not exactly. That looks like confetti.
Remind everybody that when, before the recommendations come to us, they are approved by the task force, and Kathy and I both serve, and we're both there this week. Doug, it's all yours.
So thank you, Jim, and members of the board, I guess. So this month's ESSER changes, we've got 12 districts that submitted changes. Net change isn't going to help us out, and you'll see why that is here in a second. But we've got Ulysses, Emporia, Tri-Plains, and Nickerson. Ulysses and Tri-Plains are using up the rest of their allocations, and so that's good news. Chaparral, Madison, and Shawnee Heights. Madison and Shawnee Heights are just moving money around or had some extra money, so they bought some cleaning supplies and put in some incentive pay. Chaparral had a small HVAC project. Then we go to Hayes, no net change there. Syracuse uses the rest of theirs up with a big HVAC project, and then Kansas City's the one that we'll talk about here in a second. They're actually $8 million difference. And then Labette County and Satanta, just moving money around curriculum and professional development. The net change actually goes the wrong direction. We've freed up almost $7.5 million. And so the reason for that is this item that Kansas City put in for. We had deemed that this was not an allowable use of funds. It's $8 million for a sound system basically in every classroom. We don't see the research behind it that makes it worthwhile. If it was just for 1 or 2 students, we could understand that to meet their needs, but to put a sound system in every classroom, we just did not feel was allowable. We've made this decision multiple times. We've had other districts that have asked for these types of things. We took this to the task force, and the task force voted and agreed with us that this was not an allowable use of funds. And so as we look at our changes, the last time I was here, we had it down to $8 million left that was unspoken for. And so with that $8 million that we denied Kansas City, that puts us back up to over $16 million that still needs to be planned for.
And then we do have, I wanted to bring this up, the districts that are left, we've got 47 districts that still have a little bit of money left in their accounts or that they have not planned for. And just to kind of give you a breakdown of what that looks like, a couple of those districts are between 1 and 8 million, so Kansas City would be in that one. 10 is the 100,000 to 400,000, 16 the 12,000 to 100,000, and then 19 districts have anywhere between $1 and $9,000 left that they need to earmark on how they're going to spend. All of funds need to be encumbered by September 30th of 2024 and liquidated by the end of December 2024. So just wanted to point that out to you.
Questions? Danny?
Thank you, Mr. Porter. I have been in Kansas City, Kansas. I'm not even, and the sound system in the classroom is pretty interesting. I'm not saying it's part of, should be used, but it's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I think part of the discussion, Danny, is that it is a good system. The question is, can the federal money of COVID relief be used for that system? And I think that's where the task force said no. But there's no doubt that it's a quality system that enhances, and there's some research behind that, enhancing learning. It's just, I think the task force felt not a COVID-related expense.
And one of the things that we discussed is that we try to be consistent, and that's been turned down. As Doug said, other districts have tried, have asked for that, and it has consistently not been approved. So if we did this, it'd be an exception.
Yes, and I understand it. I experienced it, and I wanted to say how good it really is. Has nothing to do with,
and I would agree
being turned down, but I just have experienced this now.
I would agree. I would love to have this in every classroom, but this is not the way to do it. Betty?
Are you ready for a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the ESSER 3 change request as recommended.
Dina seconds that motion. Further discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Abstain? 901. Thank you very much. And there was one other motion that we made. A lot of schools are ending up and just have a few dollars left. So the task force approved a motion to allow the department to make those decisions for items less, for people that are finishing their projects and have less than $5,000 to spend. I mean, there are places that have $3, and they don't need to go through all that process for that. So that's another decision that we made, and that's why. In Doug's absence, the meeting actually took 19 minutes instead of the usual 10. We will reconvene at 11:30. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
please make the introductions.
Good morning, board members and Commissioner Watson. I'm going to play the part, a poor substitute for Dr. Proctor this morning. And I'm here for the action item on the KC work group, the Kansas Advisory Council on Indigenous Education. And I also serve as the co-chair for the task force, the Essential Understandings Task Force. It's been an incredible journey, and I've learned an incredible amount of history and just government and all kinds of information. And it is my honor to introduce Dr. Redcorn, who will answer any of your questions.
All right, and
welcome, sir.
Again, I appreciate the time and opportunity to be here and visit with you all and have this conversation. I assume most of what's needed today is a vote, and so I'll just say that I just appreciate the relationship building we've done in the past couple of years, and coming to this point to formalize these conversations moving forward is really exciting. And the 4 tribes and the Kansas Board of Regents have voted for this, and so there's a lot of statewide community building that's happening, and I'm just looking forward to continuing it and helping keep it moving forward. So I'm here for questions if anybody has any.
Okay, we have several. Kathy.
Thank you, sir. Hello. I'm curious, and I'm obviously a newer board member, so I haven't been in on all of this, tried to watch some of the older meetings, but I wondered if you could give me an example of when you say consulting body in matters related to Indigenous education, what kinds of things might we expect out of that? Do you have like an example you could help me with?
So there's several things. So as a couple examples, so one of the issues that I brought forward in a presentation a couple years ago was issues with data and data accuracy, and the fact that 63% of American Indian kids are actually lost in multiracial, and we don't have a mechanism for actually reporting out without that 63% in a normal kind of mechanized way. So there's always these kind of extra steps of having to comb through that. And then there's a corresponding conversation that goes all the way up to the Office of Management and Budget and the Census, where they're re-looking at race and ethnicity standards and how to approach those things. And connecting tribal affiliations with these data are also one of the conversations. And so having a consulting body to be able to say, like, what does tribal belonging citizenship mean when we're going to do a tribal affiliation piece. And so, for example, we're connected to a Indigenous Education State Leaders Network that's nationwide, that's having conversations with student information systems and how to create ways to do tribal affiliation type work within the student information systems with those contractors. Certain states have already made it law to collect tribal affiliation type data. And so when those types of conversations are going on nationally, what does it look like in Kansas? What's realistic for Kansas? Having that consulting mechanism is a good way to have those conversations. Another good example is, so before we're talking about foreign language, but how do we shift the conversation to world language and think about the Potawatomi language, the Kickapoo language, and how they're taught in schools and how teachers are certified to do that work. And so those are some of the other conversations. So those are just 2 topics. There's many more that we could discuss.
Danny.
Thank you. Is this the same group that wants to get rid of all the mascots?
This is the same group that voted on that matter previously. But I think what's really important is that mascots tend to become a very lightning political rod, and so a lightning rod politically, and it really shifts the conversation into all these different kinds of places. And so mascots isn't all we do. For example, student data, collaborative accreditation of teacher, or collaborative certification mechanisms for teachers, which we haven't even done yet, but those are the types of conversations we're also having. So mascots tend to get more attention, but they're actually not much of the bandwidth that we're working on right now.
Michelle.
Thank you, Jim. So a couple of questions. When you're talking about the national level of things going on and data, as far as within the tribes, when I was reaching out to a voting member tribe, and she was trying to get some information on this MOU, and even she was saying on certain things that even within the tribes, they're very split on things within the tribe. So when you were talking about language, and we were talking about world language, and again, she would say that that's more of something that their family does as a hobby. I mean, they're interested in that. They reach out and do that, but she feels like she's very represented. Her family and 5 children are very represented. Within the, because she attends the monthly meeting, she's very engaged. So I'm just trying to figure out as far as when I'm asking questions on this MOU, I'm getting, well, you know, they don't have any power, they don't have any, they won't have any, it still has to come to the board, things that come to us from the advisory council. We would make final decisions on things at the state level. And I just don't want that to be like legitimized for you. I don't want that to be something that's just a state thing legitimizing everything that's important to you and your tribes. I feel like grassroots, local level, within the tribe, and because they are split on a lot of decisions and a lot of things. So where does that go as far as to all children in Kansas when you're talking about education? How does that get decided within the tribes? And just by that, I saw the leadership as far as like who's on that council. How do they all get represented within the tribes? If they're split on everything, how is that small group going to represent everybody when it comes to Kansas education, and what goes into that and gets taught to all children?
So one of the ways to think about it is just like this board doesn't always agree on everything. Every
Right.
tribal council is not going to agree on everything. So what this mechanism does is allows for them, they actually choose their representatives. And so what also happens is tribes, just like state boards of ed, have leadership turnover and board turnover. And so new folks come in with differing ideas. And so those tribes, though, have the authority to appoint people and approve people on the council. And so they have the power to, they don't have all the power, but they have the power to make sure that they are, they get a say on who they're putting on that board. And then our council also has a chance to vote on things. And so what you have is these layered opportunities to vote on and come to consensus on certain things in a consulting type mechanism, in an advisory type mechanism. And so if Tribe X disagrees on something, but they have agreed that this is the person they put on this council, that person can also go back to their council and say, hey, this new conversation is going on. I don't want to act as part of the council unless I have agreement within our council. And so therefore that council can choose to pass a resolution supporting a certain initiative or rescinding a certain initiative or whatever. And so those councils are really still involved in this and have the power to appoint the people that are involved, and those representatives can still return to them to get affirming votes on certain initiatives.
So do you feel as far as it's giving a seat at the table, or just giving more recognition, just giving a voice? Do you feel like that is what this will do, or do you think? Because I'm just thinking it like we don't all agree on everything, and sometimes we make decisions and they'll say, well, the board decided that. Well, maybe 6 people decided that because it takes 6 votes to make or change policy. So that doesn't necessarily mean it's right for the whole state, or it's right for every back districts and things like that. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out I don't know. And I'm not necessarily against it. I'm not necessarily for it. I just want to, based on the questions that I was getting from this tribe member and things, there was just a lot of unknowns, and she got very generic responses back when she asked about it. So I just want to make sure that going forward with this, we're making sure that it's localized and grassroots, and people are in agreement with it.
Yes, and so those councils will always have a say in what's going on, and that's one of the main things is we have to build relationships and actually build the conversations. Those conversations across this board and the Board of Regents and those councils were not happening previously at all. And so now we have the conversations and we have the mechanism to have the ongoing dialogue. And so councils can always have an ebb and flow with our group, but our group also doesn't have, it's not legally binding in any way. So this board can take a partial vote and process accordingly on how they want to respond to that, or if their constituents are in your district. And so, yeah, I would just say that there's always going to be that grassroots tribal council presence in what we're doing, and quite often we're in ongoing side conversations depending on what we're talking about with different people in the communities. But not all Indian country is just like this board, when there's plenty of disagreement across Indian country. So this actually gives us a mechanism to at least process the disagreements and understand the different perspectives that are in play.
Okay, thank you.
Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to follow up on everything Dr. Redcorn said. This is all about starting a conversation, even like, I hate that the mascots is a distraction, because the whole resolution about mascots was, let's have a conversation. Okay, if you want to continue to be the Braves, that's fine. But should we have a conversation about, are we really promoting the history and honoring the Braves? If so, maybe we need to add some education to our local district to study that and make kids aware of why we're the Braves, you know? So there's an education component. But the biggest thing we've done the last 2 years is really start a conversation between the sovereign nations that are the tribes here in Kansas and us. And I'm really thrilled the Board of Regents said, oh, we've got to be part of this because we do so many things between high school and post-secondary, and we all serve Native American students. But it's not only, I think, beneficial for them, but for non-Native Kansas students to understand who the first Kansans were, and the work that Dr. Redcorn and Nate are doing to, help develop some resources for teachers in Kansas is just going to be amazing. But, Mr. Chair, are we ready for a motion? You have more questions?
We have more questions. and
Okay,
then we'll-
I'm cool.
we'll
Thank you.
do the motion. Dennis?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Jim. Dr. Redcorn, just one question. Are you hopeful to change curriculum? Is that part of the,
Well, when we say curriculum, that can get kind of funny in Kansas with standards and curriculum and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So one of the things that several states have done is consult with tribes in their state to figure out what are the things that we could be teaching in our schools to help us better understand this actual state and this actual place. And so there are conversations about how we can talk to teachers, and we're talking to tribes, we're visiting with tribes, saying, what are the things that students could be learning to be more productive citizens when they graduate our high schools? So for example, if you graduate from Topeka High School and get a job working for the Kansas Department of Transportation, if you don't have an understanding of what tribal sovereignty is, and there's a road that's going through a reservation, you have federal trust land, there's not a foundational understanding as to how to navigate that as a Kansas citizen and an employee. And so there's a lot of a lot of times when we start talking about curriculum, people start thinking that tribes are going to be asking for things that are going to start falling into the political rhetoric that becomes another lightning rod like mascots. But we were talking about, like, when we're having conversations with tribes and saying, what should we be teaching and learning? Getting a fundamental understanding of who the tribes are in this state, what is tribal sovereignty, what does it mean, how does that tie to the Commerce Clause of the Constitution? Those are the types of conversations that we're talking about having, so we can better understand the Constitution, we can better understand the state of Kansas, and we can better understand how to operate as citizens in a state that has 4 federally recognized tribes and that is surrounded by other states that have more federally recognized tribes.
yeah, I can appreciate that. I really, I'm concerned about looking at history from an objective, factual, and I think we really need to protect from any kind of subjective, what you described as political animus or whatever, and so, yeah, I'm just wanting to encourage factual history to be taught, and if that's the goal, then hey, I appreciate that effort. But
Agreed, and that's some of the facts of history of how we got here and how the tribes got here and were forcibly removed as part of that conversation too. And so those are all things that are facts about the state of Kansas, because the state of Kansas was Indian territory. Tribes were moved through, and everybody lives in cities where their state, they have roads that are named after all the tribes that were moved through, and these kids are graduating from the schools. They don't actually know that those tribes still exist and what that actually means. They just see the street name, Osage, but they don't necessarily know the Osage Nation still exists, although they might know now because of Killers of the Flower Moon and the Oscars. But
well, I just, from a biblical standpoint, everyone's created equal, and we want to look at everyone with virtue and value, and it's so important that we look at history that way.
well, and I'll just say this. In one of our conversations we had with a member and leader in one of the tribal communities, leader on the tribal governance side, but also leader in the local school district side. One of the conversations he said, I want our kids to learn side by side with these non-native kids and build relationships with them in a collaborative understanding of the complexities that got us to this point here today. So he was adamant, like, we're not asking people to apologize for their ancestors' history. We're asking people to develop relationships through the educational process. and come to a collaborative understanding. So I think a lot of times people just jump to the fact that we're going to be asking people to apologize for their ancestors, but like what we're actually moving towards is the idea that we need to create collaborative systems of education so they learn about this place that is Kansas and its history and what it is today because of that history.
Melanie.
Thank you, Mr. Jim. Dr. Redcord, I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of the tribes for the tremendous efforts that were made and received to open dialogue with the state board when this all started a few years ago. Being part of some of those early meetings for me was really transformative. I learned a lot. And so I think it's important to note that the Board of Regents has already signed on and they too need to be part of this conversation. I've told some this story before, but I graduated from a high school where we did our best to celebrate our Native American mascot that I can't really name, and which has since gone away. But what I've learned as part of this process and the working group process is that we as students in that high school, we didn't receive what I would call an accurate and frankly a functional education about the Native tribes in Kansas and all of those things that you just elaborated on, as Dennis says, factual history. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who has engaged and who really recognized this need and who are now showing up to do the work. And I'm just excited that this is moving forward. Thank you for letting us be part of the conversation.
Away we know. Thank you.
And perhaps I'm just more simple than most people, but I just see this as an opportunity that we didn't have before, just to engage in relationships and understanding. And I really appreciate that. I was in some of those same meetings that Melanie was in, and I learned a great deal. But then I think of my experience. I went to W.H. Gaston Junior High School in Dallas. We were the Gaston Warriors. I had no idea why we had that mascot. There was 2 strikes. One of them I had no idea. We never talked about it. There was never any education. But W.H. Gaston was a Confederate general. So, there were 2 things there that we never discussed. And I think that if we have the opportunity to have some meaningful educational opportunities, just to have conversations, just to understand each other better, I think that is critical to this understanding. And I'll follow ditto what Melanie said about our appreciation to your efforts and the efforts of this group. And now, Ann, we are ready for a motion.
Thank you. With that, then, I move that the Kansas State Board of Education sign the proposed memorandum of understanding with the Kansas Board of Regents for the establishment of the Kansas Advisory Council for Indigenous Education.
There's a second by Betty. Any further discussion? If not, we're ready to vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All opposed? I see that as 9-1. Thank you very much. We appreciate the presentation. Thank you very much. And now, Dr. J.
It's still morning, right? Good morning to Mr. Vice Chair, State Board members, Dr. Watson. It's hard to follow a guy who got me through my doctorate program at K-State. Not only is he a phenomenal advocate for what he just talked about, he's also a tremendous educator, Dr. Redcorn, so very special person. So today we're here to actually take action on the most recent recommendations for accreditation. We call these redeterminations because these were systems that were conditionally accredited last year. And then in our protocol, they are then automatically up for a redetermination the next year. So we'll get right into those. And I do want to say thank you to Dr. Ben Proctor for covering for me last month and walking the board through this in terms of receive items. So these 13 systems that we're considering today, they were conditionally accredited in 22-23. They have submitted a response to the ARC to their areas for improvement. That's AFIs. So if you ever see that in those reports, areas for improvement, the systems respond with how their action steps and how they're addressing those areas for improvement. and then the ARC looks at their response and determines whether they are addressing the area for improvement or not. If they're not, they stay conditionally accredited. That's the recommendation from the ARC. If they are sufficiently addressing those areas for improvement, the ARC would say they want to overturn that conditional and turn it into a full accredited status. So these are the systems for action today. These were received in March, and you can see that all of these systems, as I scroll through these were systems that the ARC determined that they had sufficiently addressed their areas for improvement. And so the ARC's recommendation for these systems, these are 12. We have another vote. We pulled Christ the King, so we could have a separate vote on that. Apologize, I should have said that at the beginning. But though these 12 systems, the ARC is recommending them for accredited.
Any questions about these? If not, a motion would be in order. Is that you, Betty?
Yes, thank you. I move that the State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Accreditation Review Council and award the recommended accreditation status to USD 216 Deerfield, USD 261 Hayesville Campus, USD 314 Brewster, USD 349 Stafford, USD 397 Century, USD 298 Peabody Burns, USD 401 Chase Raymond, USD 419 Canton Galva, USD 422 Kiowa County, USD 500 Kansas City, USD 504 Oswego, and Life Preparatory Academy.
Is there a second to that motion? Dina seconds the motion. Any further discussion? If not, we're ready to vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? I can't see you, Melanie. I assume you voted yes?
Yes, I did.
Okay, that's a unanimous vote. Now, Christ the King.
Yes, so I know there was public comment last month and then today. Christ the King, the only thing that, again, the ARC only looks at the areas for improvement and their response to that. So a lot of the things that have been shared about Christ the King, the ARC would never weigh in on that. But when it comes down to their areas for improvement, low test scores, right, chronic absenteeism, those kinds of things, the ARC was looking for, are they addressing those areas for improvement? The ARC said yes, they are addressing those. But since that time, there's been things that have come up. I called the Kansas City Archdiocese, of which Christ the King is a part of, and they did confirm that Christ the King is closing their school at the end of this current term. So we wanted to bring this system out by itself in terms of a vote.
Commissioner.
So you have a recommendation from the ARC. I'm going to give you a recommendation from me. I don't often do that. But I think in this sense, there are two factors you ought to consider. That you've heard from people who have come forward the last 2 months that are part of that school and said, we don't think we should be accredited. The school is also going to close by the end of the year, but that may or may not be a permanent solution. Schools close, they open. If you accredit this and the school then reopens in the fall or a year from now, they will have accredited status when they start. I believe that would be a mistake on your part, given what is, I think, the testimony that's been presented to you from parishioners in that school. So I would recommend to you to keep the conditional accreditation of Christ the King. If they do reopen at another time, they can then come back with a new plan, how they would address those deficiencies. And I think we'd welcome more dialogue from everyone involved in that school to help them make them successful going forward, should they, again, not dissolve at the end of the year.
Betty?
Are you ready for a motion?
Yeah, I want to say something first.
Okay.
Even without the recommendation that Randy just made, after looking at this, I intended to vote against it anyway. So I just wanted to make my position clear that that I'm concerned about a school district that could come back under any circumstances and automatically be accredited. So I was going to do what Randy asked us to do, whether he asked us to do that or not. So now I'm ready for a motion.
Excuse me, I move that the Kansas State Board of Education maintains the current accreditation status of conditionally accredited for Christ the King Grade School.
Dina seconds that motion. Any further discussion? Now, the motion is to maintain the conditional accreditation of this school district, which would be contrary to the recommendation of the ARC. Everybody understand that?
In agreement with.
Yeah, it basically in agreement with Randy's recommendation.
The wording, Jim, is a little bit different. That's the reason why I question award or does not award. But,
Maintain conditional accredited is the, okay, it's already been seconded, but now you can third it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? That'd be a 9-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion carries. And now we have Catherine.
Hello, hello. It is still morning. I have 4 minutes. Good morning. I'm going to let Eric do all
You
that.
haven't been dismissed, Mike.
Very good. So, Mr. Porter, Dr. Watson, members of the board, thank you very much for letting me come before you today. I have for you recommendations from the Evaluation Review Committee regarding higher ed accreditation and program review that you viewed last month. So this month would hopefully be the action item. I love how the mouse is going and I don't have to steer it the right way. Fantastic. So these are recommendations from the Evaluation Review Committee's January meeting that you viewed last month. Just a reminder, because higher ed accreditation doesn't come before you every month, so a reminder of the process. Every preparation provider has to go through your accreditation process and receive accreditation in order to admit and recommend educator candidates for a Kansas license or endorsement. It is a multi-step process. The College of Education or Department of Education, whatever their title, submits a self-study with evidence. They get formative feedback from a trained accreditation team. The college submits answers to any questions and more evidence. The visit team reviews that. They then hold interviews with personnel from the preparation provider, with current candidates, with graduates, with stakeholders from local schools and the community, and employers out in the field. All of those reports then go to the Evaluation Review Committee. They make an initial recommendation. I got louder. They make an initial recommendation, which the university does have a chance to request to appeal. That final recommendation then comes to you all. Full accreditation for continuing providers is 7 years with shortened times available if there is a concern. So Kansas State University was reviewed for their accreditation this past fall. The visit team and the Evaluation Review Committee recommend that they have no areas of concern, either kind of a general area of concern is an area for improvement, a more severe concern is a stipulation. They did not have concerns at either level. And they recommend that all accreditation standards are met, both for initial license level and advanced license level, thinking of specialist licenses and leadership licenses. So they are recommending full accreditation for a 7-year time frame. Thinking back to the previous accreditation to look at longitudinal change, at their previous accreditation, Kansas State also had no areas of concern and all standards met. So that is their recommendation for accreditation. I then have several program review recommendations for you. A reminder of that process, we have the report from each individual license department at a college. So the English Language Arts Education program submits one report, elementary submits a different one, art education submits a different one. They each go to the content area review team trained to look at these materials, who can ask questions of that program. The program submits a reply with more evidence. The review team makes a final report, which then goes to the evaluation review committee, who makes a final initial recommendation. The program can request an appeal if they want, so it's very, very similar pattern to accreditation, and I bring final recommendations to you. Again, full approval for a continuing program is 7 years, and if there are concerns, it can be shorter. So program review recommendations from the ERC for Bethel College for their secondary chemistry program and their speech theater secondary program. The ERC recommends all standards as met with no areas of concern, recommending the full 7-year approval cycle. For Mid-American Nazarene University for their music pre-K-12 program and their middle grades science program, the reviewers in the ERC recommend all standards as met and no areas of concern for the full 7-year approval. For Pittsburgh State University, they do have one new program that they want to approve, that they want to begin offering. With a new program, it cannot admit candidates until it has your approval. So they want to offer an elementary program at the master's level that is a limited elementary residency program. After some preliminary coursework, candidates would be working in school districts while they complete this program. It hasn't yet been offered, so it could only be approved with stipulation, unfortunate use of the same word. It's not a concern stipulation like it was 4 slides ago. It is just, you're new, you haven't taken in anybody yet, we want to check in and make sure things are going okay. So it's a different use of the same word. Reviewers, including KSDE's literacy consultant, found all standards met, including the science of reading, with no areas of concern. So this is being recommended for 2 years, after which they would submit a progress report to the Evaluation Review Committee, and if everything is going well, the ERC can put them on a regular continuing cycle with PSU's other programs. And then some continuing programs at PSU, a traditional elementary program offered at the undergrad level and an elementary program offered at the graduate level. And those would be recommended for the full 7-year approval. Hang in there, we're almost there, and then I'll let you go to lunch. Tabor College has one program that's been recommended, music, being recommended for the full approval cycle with all standards met and no areas of concern. University of Kansas also has a new program that they want to get started. So similar to Pittsburgh State, we start out with a shorter approval cycle to see how it goes. This would be for innovative low incidence special ed, so occurring less frequently in the population, also termed severe profound special ed. And like Pittsburgh's elementary program, this is a limited residency program. So somebody takes some preliminary coursework, they have to show up already having some earlier experience, and then they are working while they are completing this program. So that is being recommended for approval for 2 years to follow up with that progress report from the ERC with all standards met and no areas of concern. Last one, we're nearly there. Wichita State University, 2 programs, middle level math and secondary math. Again, all standards are recommended as met with no concerns and being recommended for their full 7-year cycle. Are there any questions?
Would you go back to the second slide for Pitt State?
Yes, sir.
Their continuing programs.
Yes, sir.
You talked about the first one with that our team had reviewed the science of reading. Has
Yes.
our team reviewed the science of reading for these 2? And
Yes.
our team has approved that.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I have no other questions.
Yes.
Betty.
Yeah, I just have a question. So the motion is very general to approve the recommendations, but those that are for a shorter period of time, 2 years versus the 7, that means that you will be bringing those back, or are we giving ERC the authority to?
Historically, the ERC has done that for you. You recommend the preliminary approval with stipulation, and the ERC reviews that progress report, and they determine that they can take the stipulation off and put that program on a continuing cycle. So they extend the approval that you all have given.
Okay. Thank you for that, and I'm ready to make a motion if you're,
Just a second.
Okay.
I would, because, I'm sorry, because of my obsession with
okay.
reading,
Yes.
I would really like for us to review that before it comes back.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, now that I've kept us 1 minute past, now we're ready. Oh, first of all, are there any other questions? If not, go ahead, Betty.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Evaluation Review Committee for Preparation Provider Accreditation for Kansas State University and preparation program approvals for Bethel College, Mid-America Nazarene University, Pittsburgh State University, Tabor College, University of Kansas, and Wichita State University.
Second, Jim, further discussion? Was that everybody? Did we catch everything?
I think so.
Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Abstain? 901. Thank you very much. You'll see that when we get back from lunch, it says that there's going to be a kindergarten class from Topeka. It's actually a first grade class from Topeka that will be here to sing for us. And we are going to present them with a book that Dina has. If you have not signed that, please, before you go to lunch, do that. Are we having a policy meeting? Okay, I'm sorry. We will reconvene at 1:30. Thank you, Catherine. We'll reconvene at 1:30. Kansas State Board of Education is called back to order. I sometimes joke about things being the highlight of the day. This is no joke. This is gonna be the highlight of our day. And Joyce, I ask you to make the introduction, please.
Okay, great. Okay, I would like to introduce to you Miss Laura Klug and the first grade class from the Williams Science and Fine Arts Magnet School. That's right over here if you don't know. And you might like to know that Laura was the 2024-25 Kansas Teacher of the Year nominee for Topeka School District. Welcome, everyone.
nursery rhymes. And so, are we ready? Yes. Okay, here we go. We're having a party in our mama goose. The neighbors are trying to sleep, but it's no use. The monkeys and horses and all the king's men are playing jump rope in the den. Yeah, we're having a party in our mama goose. Yeah, we're having a party in our mama goose.
We thank you so much. That was wonderful, and I believe Dina has a presentation to make.
I have to change the direction of this little item. You guys are wonderful, and your teacher is fantastic. She had all of you in order, and if you got nervous, she found a way to bring you back into the group. I know why she was Teacher of the Year. So thank you for all you do for these young people. You guys are really, really lucky. And I have a very special gift for you. This is a book about singing and about music. Change Sings. The words are by Amanda Gorman, and the pictures, the illustrations, are by Lauren Long. And I hope that people read this to you often, and then you read it to yourself, because there's some great words in it. So I would like to present this to your teacher on behalf of all of you and all of her students that will follow. By the way, so you remember all of us and that you performed before us, we have signed the book so you can remember us. So, and your teacher can read all the things we said about you coming today. So thank you so much from all of my colleagues for sharing part of your day and your day with your music teacher.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I told you it was going to be the highlight of the day. I briefly at one time taught elementary music, and I wasn't anywhere near that good. For the rest of the day, I want to make sure that I give everybody the opportunity to have all the discussion we want, but remember that we are on a time frame because we have to get to Kansas City later tonight. And by the way, Natalie, the bar's pretty high. Welcome to the board.
Okay. Thank you, Board of Education members, Commissioner Watson, for letting us share with you today. I have the opportunity to share some CTE highlights. And next slide, please. So these are the number of approved pathways. This school year, the 2024 school year, we have 3,577 pathways. And you can see that's up by about 75 from the prior year. And then on the next slide, I wanted to share a little bit about what we turn in for our CAR, or the Consolidated Annual Report. We prepare a joint report with the Board of Regents. So we report numbers for secondary CTE, and they report numbers for post-secondary. So these were the number of participants in the school year 22-23, 55,302. And a participant is a student who's earned 1 but less than 2 secondary level credits in a single CTE pathway. And then on the next slide, we have concentrators. We had 30,934 CTE concentrators. And a concentrator is a student who has earned 2 credits or more in a single CTE pathway, with those credits being any combination of 2 levels. We say 2 levels. We have introductory level, technical, where they learn the technical skills or master the technical skills, and application, where they apply what they learned in the technical level. So they have to have had a combination of coursework, and they have to be at least 70% proficient, so mastering those skills across those 2 credits. I wanted to recap, as of the end of the 22-23 school year, career and technical student organizations, we had 24,856 members. We're in the middle of the state competition season. I'm going to give a little recap. We had BPA at Fringe University, and BPA had 484 student members. DECA was held at Kansas State University, and we had 729 students compete, and they'll be sending on 228 to the national competition. HOSA for our health science students was held at Kansas State University, and we had 643 registrants that represented 43 chapters, both high school and middle school. TSA was held at the Webster Conference Center in Salina, and we had 300 middle school and high school students there. And just last week, you might have seen on WIBW, FBLA was held at the Stormont Vale Event Center, and there were 1,700 middle school and high school students participating. As we speak, I got to welcome and have opening remarks at FCCLA at Century 2 in Wichita, and Deputy Commissioner Proctor gave remarks this morning, and there's 906 FCCLA students registered for the competition. So that leaves us with, coming up, Skills USA will be held in Hutchinson on the State Fairgrounds, April 24th, 25, 26, and FFA will hold their Career Development Conference next at Kansas State University, April 28th, 29th, and 30th. So this is some of the information that we provide for our consolidated annual report. So we keep track of those CTE concentrators who have had 2 credits and mastered 70% of the competencies. And this is their 4-year graduation rate of 98.53%. And then we also, there's quality indicators. We could choose to keep track of the number of concentrators who graduate, that obtain post-secondary or college credit during high school. We also encourage industry-recognized credentials or a high-quality work-based learning experience. So this is one of the high-quality indicators, and of those concentrators who graduated, 70.05% attained a post-secondary credit. I wanted to also let you know that we have been reviewing 7 of the 16 clusters in career and technical education, and we have posted those. They're out for public comment. Agriculture is still out for public comment until the 15th. And next slide, please. So these are the 7 clusters that have been reviewed, and the process that we do, we develop a committee. We have an advisory committee that meets quarterly, And the chair of those committees are someone that practices in business and industry. And Board of Education member Mall also sits on that committee. And we have school district representatives as well as agency representatives from Department of Labor, Commerce, and Board of Regents. So the committee composes the chair, the industry lead from our advisory committee. We invite other members of the business and industry community that are actively working in the fields. We invite secondary educators from across the state, all geographic regions, sizes of schools, and then post-secondary representatives. And they visit with business and industry about emerging trends and make recommendations. So I wanted to let you know that that was going on. And we will be bringing this information before our advisory committee, information only, next week, and bringing it for a vote in June. And then we'll provide that information and bring it back to you so that you're able to review that also. This is a really exciting part of the year. We get the opportunity to share with you the 2024 Kansas CTE Scholars. And next slide, please. So these applications were due March 1st, and the consultants that are in the room reviewed the applications that came in that were in their area. Barb Baum compiled the information and prepared the letters that you all signed for the students that will be receiving these awards. And she'll also be sending out packets, and I'll tell you about what is included in that in a few moments. There's 5 criteria that need to be met. If you could go back one. They must be a senior. They must have taken 3 CTE credits within one pathway. So this aligns with the completer definition, and at least 2 of those have to be from the technical and application level course. So that application level course being the highest level where they apply what they had learned in the technical level. They must have a 3.5 GPA in their career and technical education courses. And they have to have 1 technical skill attainment that validates their learning. And that would be those that are listed here: an end-of-pathway assessment, an industry recognized credential, 9+ college hours in that particular pathway, or completed a high-quality work-based learning experience. They must also have a civic engagement project or 100 hours of community service, and write a My Career Vision reflection describing their career goals. So in review, 92 CTE scholars will be awarded across all 7 fields of study. It ranges over 21 pathways and 12 career clusters. So these students have compiled more than 9,200 hours of community service and working on civic engagement projects. 29 of the students had industry recognized credentials awarded, and many of the scholars mentioned the importance of career and technical student organizations as part of their journey. These are some of the different things that we have done in collaboration with members from the field to promote CTE Scholar. We sent information out on our career and technical education listservs. 2 webinars were held. There's been commercial and social media postings from Higher Paths. We shared it during our annual CTE conference, and we've also been sharing the information on our CTE and Perkins monthly virtual sessions network. And so Barb Baum, thank you, has organized these in a way that reflects the board districts. In District 1, 1 school district and 3 scholars. And I'll pause just a moment so that you can see the names of the scholars in this particular district. Next slide. District 4, 1 school district and 1 scholar. Next slide. In District 5, there's 5 school districts represented and 14 scholars. Next slide. In District 7, 5 school districts represented and 16 scholars. Next slide. In District 9, 1 school district and 3 scholars. Next slide. In District 10, 3 school districts are represented and 7 CTE scholars. Next slide. Districts 1 and 2, 1 school district and 1 scholar. Next slide. Districts 1 and 4, 1 school district represented and 1 scholar. Next slide. Districts 1, 4, and 6, 2 school districts and 2 scholars. Next slide. Districts 1 and 6, 2 school districts and 10 scholars. Next slide. Districts 2, 3, and 4, 1 school district and 18 scholars. Next slide. Districts 3 and 4, 2 school districts and 2 scholars. Next slide. Districts 4 and 9, 1 school district and 6 scholars. Next slide. Districts 7 and 9, 1 school district and 8 scholars. Next slide. Okay, so those students that were listed will receive Barb Baum, again, thank you, and thank you to the consultants that reviewed these, a certificate with the student's name, a graduation honor cord, a commemorative pin, there'll be a statewide news release and a KSDE website recognition, and a sample award script will be provided for local use for school districts. So thank you for supporting the CTE scholars, and I believe you all have a list of the scholars that were awarded. Thank you.
We have some questions. Betty?
Thank you. Quick question, because it's my understanding then that school districts, you promote this, but it's still kind of voluntary in terms of them providing you with the applications or completing the applications. So not to take away from the celebration, because this is great, but knowing that there are, as an example, Wichita, which has CTE training, is there something special that we can do where those districts are represented, where we are actually getting perhaps a better assessment of our scholars?
We're hoping this year the definition or the verification of skills align with the completer definition. So thinking about, and we also expanded our completer definition. So with the post-secondary assets and the new graduation requirement, this aligns with that. And so I'm hoping that that will really encourage more participants.
But again, their participation is strictly voluntary by the districts.
That's correct. That is, we send in the participants and the concentrators along with the Board of Regents as part of our consolidated annual report. The completer definition is a Kansas definition. We've really been encouraging districts to report those so that we have, a count of the completers, and that's something that this year that we've encouraged, and we've broadened the definition to align with those indicators of high quality pathways. So we'll certainly continue that, and we've discussed a few things internally that we might be able to do, but hoping that since the alignment is there with graduation, that will increase the numbers.
And just a final comment, because, this takes, while this is a beautiful success rate, having districts that don't participate takes away from the celebration of what we are doing. And I don't know, that might be something for a future discussion on what we can do so that we get an accurate reflection of what's going on in our state. But thank you for presenting this.
Thank you.
Natalie, can you speak a little bit what Olathe has done in the past with CTE scholars? And I think it may go a little bit toward Betty's question of what can be done at a local level to really promote the CTE scholar.
Yes. So Olathe students have had the opportunity to receive a scholarship from a local community college. So that really encouraged participation. So I think those local rewards for students, whether it is a community or technical college or businesses, we have had businesses watch for the names because they know that those students who have received the scholar designation would be students they would like to connect with, you know, whether they're a college representative or business and industry. So I think that it certainly is something for the students to think about for their resume and for making those connections.
Thank you. Ann?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Natalie. I guess my concern is the same. We have districts like 501 and Blue Valley, and we know they have CTE coordinators. They have huge facilities that provide CTE classes, and yet there's nobody here. And I don't know, maybe we just need to find more ways to celebrate it, to make it, to provide an incentive, but I don't know why these CTE coordinators are not all over this to help their kids this way and celebrate it. I know a new thing 501 is doing is, you know, Washburn has signing day, which if you're in the area, it'd be April 18th, where in the morning, Washburn Tech brings in all the high school kids who have signed to go there. In fact, they created this. Now they're doing it all over the country. But they bring the kids in, they give them the baseball hat, they have them sign, you know, that, yeah, I'm coming to Washburn Tech. The cameras are rolling, and they really celebrate that these kids made a decision to go to Washburn Tech. 501 is doing the same thing for the kids who've committed to go into education. So they're having a teacher kind of signing day coming up here real soon. But maybe we just need to find more ways to celebrate these locally, the kids who are making a decision to take these career paths.
I agree. So I think that your comments and your recommendations will be things that we can take back and think of different ways. We encourage local celebrations, like you say. Some choose to have a local assembly, and some make it part of their graduation with the honor cords that they're given.
Thank you.
To kind of follow up on what both Betty and Ann said, I represent about 75 school districts, and I saw about 5 of them on there. And I know that several of them have pretty good programs, and I'd like to find ways to encourage that. Now, the next is not a question, it's a statement, and I'm going to sound like a broken record. But on that student organization, I would certainly like to see Educator Rising on that at some point. I've said that for 10 years and will continue to say that. But I think as we're looking, based on what we do, we need to do everything we can to encourage people to go into teaching. And you know, I don't expect an answer. That's not a question. It's just a statement that I think that it's important for us to make sure that we do everything we can to support those that want to go into teaching. And I was glad to hear what Ann said about the signing day for teachers. I would like for us to do everything we can. Whatever the barriers are, I'd like to see them broken down.
Well, thank you for your comments, and I think it helps to have your voices express, you know, trying to get more students involved. So we'll certainly take those and go back and think of ideas for next year.
Thank you. And now we don't expect you to sing like the kids. So if you can,
Thank
if you
you.
want to. And Scott, we don't expect you to sing either, but you can come forward now.
Got a lot of good songs in my heart. Let them stay in your heart.
Safety regulations.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to kind of kick things off for this section. So, just to kind of set the stage for this next part, for the last 2 months, we've talked about school bus safety. And so now we've, at the last meeting, you had quite a few conversations about, you know, what are things that you could do. And
Can you just hold off till everybody gets finished so we can all pay attention?
Yeah. So for the last month, so the first month we just talked about, here's what the problem is. Last month, you got into conversation about, what are the things that we can do with or without the legislature. And so this month, we're going to kind of talk to you about some options that you have as your own legislative body, but then also show you some things that are already going on in a few districts. So Mr. Gordon's going to start off with regulations, which are within your purview, and then Mr. Dreiling is going to come up and talk to you a little bit more about how the stop arm cameras are being used in some certain places, and he's got a guest that will give you some more information about that. So just wanted to kind of show you how the whole thing will kind of fit together by the time we get done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. And Frank, I apologize for stepping on your words and interrupting what he was explaining. I didn't realize that there was already a copy of what's been given to you. The proposal that we have on the regulation, based on what you've heard the last couple of months, is an addition of one clause within 9138.3. That's the underlying section. And I don't have PowerPoint slides for you today. It's fairly straightforward. Every school district has a transportation supervisor. This would merely be an addition to what that transportation supervisor is required to do. And Melanie, for your benefit, since I can't hand this to you, I'll just read that we would add a new number 4. The transportation supervisor shall, when practical, and it's interesting, either the word is practicable or practicable, whenever possible, avoid establishing stops that would require students to cross any roadway. The goal being that if it is possible and if it is, I don't think convenient is the right word, but I'll say convenient, then the buses would stop on the same side of the road that they expect to pick up or drop students off. So that's going to be the proposed regulation. I'm happy to answer any questions about the language of the regulation. The intent will be for you to vote on this as an action item next month to decide whether you want us to send it through the formal adoption process or not.
And this regulation would be consistent with some of the comments we've had from a representative and some of the other people that have come to ask us to do that in response to a tragedy.
I believe this mirrors the proposed language that someone suggested in legislation, and it mirrors the guidance that we already provide to school districts. This merely makes it a bit stronger by putting it specifically in regulation.
Okay, thank you. Randy.
I'm just going to echo those sentiments. Representative Hill was here talking, about you may wanting to take action in this. But I think this is a great example, if you go forward with this, of what I believe the interpretation of the Constitution is when you work with the legislature to appropriate good change. You're going to hear what you can do, and then in a little bit, you're going to hear what the ask may be from the legislature, all around making sure kids are as safe as we can have them safe when they get on a school bus or on a school bus traveling to school.
Thank you. Dina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the concerns I have about just language is that, for example, when practical, there is not really a definition of what practical is. So what are we talking about? Because what's practical, from my point of view, may be unpractical to someone else. So could you be a little clearer about what your intent is with that terminology?
And Mr. Chair, if I may, I believe the goal was to not make it an absolute requirement, because there may be circumstances where it would not be appropriate to require the school bus. If, for example, it's going to, and I'm throwing out just hypothetically here, if it adds an hour and a half to a school bus route to make sure that the route is routing on the right side of the road, that may not be in the best interest of anyone, including the students that would have to ride on that bus and wait for an hour or an hour and a half. But I would also defer to Keith, who's going to come up right afterwards, or he can come up now, and he can probably give you a better explanation as to what the guidance looks like and what he's been telling the supervisors. And I could have him, ask him to come up now, or he could explain it when he comes up shortly.
No, thank you, because I think that exactly is possibly the issue and has been the issue. So, and maybe being able to pull into a driveway and back out of it may be more of an answer than driving around an hour and a half to get on the right side of the road. So, anyway, thank you.
Ann?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I like the idea of adding this. I'm wondering, though, if training isn't an issue. And my question goes down to number C1. Each transportation supervisor shall conduct 10 safety meetings for all school transportation providers employed by the district. I had a call actually this weekend from one school where they said, we have so few drivers, we use the custodians as drivers every day, and they don't make them go to the monthly meetings. Should they be made to go to the monthly meetings?
Yes. I hear rumblings of yes.
I'm consulting my attorney. This is
Mark, what do you think? Yeah, I would give you a firm probably.
That's not helpful. One of these guys who doesn't attend all the meetings ran over somebody in the parking lot, so. And which brings the other question, if they do have an accident of any kind, do they have to report that to us?
Keith, do they have to report that to us? Keith says no.
Wow, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Sure. Michelle?
Thank you, Jim Porter. Another thing I was thinking of is so the school, when most drivers, I would say not, I'm just gonna say most, when there's a school bus present, everybody's just a little bit more cautious. So I'm thinking of the kid that gets off on that side of the road, drops his backpack, and then runs across the street to go to a friend's house right after he gets off the bus. At that point in time, they don't see a school bus. There isn't as much caution. There's people probably going faster, possibly. So I'm just thinking of the kid crossing the road is going to be, either he's going to know what to do when he crosses the road, or he's not going to know what to do when he crosses the road. And that's a teachable thing. And a lot of those that grew up like I did around school buses, you just know that to be more cautious and you stop. It seems like what we need to be doing is addressing the driver, the adult, the people that are behind the wheel of the car. Those are the people, you might see a video of the person in that semi that went on the right side. You don't see the whole picture. Did his brakes go? I don't know the whole story behind that. Was it downhill? Was he looking down and then all of a sudden it's either I slam into the back of the bus or I go around and avoid the bus. Those are kind of things you don't capture from just a quick video. And so what are we going to do about addressing, again, training? Now both sons will say they spent almost 2 hours on trains. I mean, there'll be times when we never even go across the train track. They're building more and more bridges over train tracks, so you don't even have to cross over a train track. So they don't spend hardly any time on buses. So I'm just thinking, again, back to the training, back to people that are getting driver's license. Someone mentioned the insurance. If you're going to be behind the wheel of a car, there are rules and regulations that you need to know as an adult driver, just like you have to follow all the rules on the road. I think we need to be focusing on the adults and not so much possibly the children, but more or what side of the road it stops on is the training about what you do around a bus when you approach a bus anywhere across the country. It would be the same, I would think. It'd be a same standard, but there are people that didn't grow up around buses or are new to that. I don't know. Those are the people I think that need the most training, the people that didn't grow up around that. So I just want to bring those things. It seems like we need to, left turns are obviously not as safe as a right turn, and we don't want to eradicate all left turns. We just have to figure out a way to train people better, or under the tests or whatever they take to understand the bus rules and regulations. Because it seems like to me, looking back at tests on those, it's pass, fail, and again, there may be only 1 or 2 bus questions on the whole test. And like if you miss it, you pass it, you're not gonna care. I mean, most people won't care, they just passed it, especially if you're 15, 16 years old. Just some thoughts.
Melanie?
Thank you, Chair Porter. I want to echo a lot of what Michelle said. After we watched that video last month of the semi passing the bus, which was horrifying, I did a tiny bit of research and was really surprised to see that there appears to be a disproportionately large percentage of semis passing buses. And so kind of to Michelle's point, you can't see what's happening. You don't know if they were braking or trying to, what the circumstances, the emergency circumstances may be. But it did then kind of lead me down a path of, when I look at this more holistically, because I recognize that we're just here to talk about this one change today. But I did wonder, maybe if I talk loud enough, the legislature will hear me. What kind of options will we have for working with them to potentially take away a driver's license if they're committing those kinds of crimes? And I just think that there's a lot of opportunity to take a broader look at the problem and the solution. I like these regs, but because we haven't been able to make the progress with the laws that we had hoped to make, then I think we have an opportunity to do more and keep this conversation going. And again, Michelle said it, is this a question that's on the driver's license test? I had this conversation with my teenagers. So I just think these are things that need more attention. Thank you.
And I don't see this as either or. I agree with what Michelle says. We need more training, but we also need to make sure that the buses stop in the safest place. So appreciate this. I know that we're going to talk about some kind of training with Keith, because that's part of the.
Sure. And the only thing, if I may, Mr. Chair, what I would add is you also set standards for driver's education that occurs in the high schools, and that may be, I would think that is where you could address some of those things, as well as perhaps some of the legislative requests that you all may have, but that's where that would fit in, I think, if you want to take that up. And with that, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Betty has 2 questions.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Hurry up, we need to go.
Well, I got to think of a second question. No, the thing too that I think is really valid, because while training is absolute, there's another part that I'm not sure how we would address, which is more the inattentive thing. I'm surprised at how many people I see driving that's reading a book or sending a text message, or, not even, I know what I'm supposed to do in a school zone, but my lack of attention, I haven't even paid attention to the flashing lights because I'm sending out a text message or I'm reading, and they go right through that. So, training is good, but that other category, which I don't know how we would impact, are those people that are just married to their cell phones. I mean, that's almost a different category, because they can pass it on the driver's license test, know what they're supposed to do, but then when they get out there and they are absolutely irresponsible, that's another category that warrants attention as well.
I think the next presentation, when Keith talks to us, he's going to talk about consequences, and there needs to be consequences, and that's something that I think that's coming up.
Sure.
Next. Kathy.
I just wanted to step into what Ann said about, custodian or not, if you're driving a bus, you're a bus driver. So I don't know if there's a way that needs to change something in here that you have to define what a bus driver is that has to go to a safety meeting, but maybe we need to do that.
Yes, absolutely. If you drive a bus, you need to, pardon me, I'm not following my rules.
Sure. Sorry, the question was asked if you could fix Ann's question about whether a custodian is a bus driver. Sure, if you want us to bring you some changes to the regs, we can do that.
Well, I think it's reasonable if you drive a bus, you need to have the training, period.
Sure.
Well, particularly if you're a school employee, the school regularly, I think a lot of them do this. They use custodians or principals or whoever to drive buses because they're so short. And if they're doing that, those folks ought to be going to safety classes. So, anyway.
And the person that can answer all those questions is coming up right now.
And we anxiously anticipate.
No pressure. Come on up, please. Thank you.
And you don't have to sing either, Keith, unless you just want to.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to you again after last month. And like I say, I don't know whether you want to do the presentation first and then go into questions would probably be best.
Do the presentation. Well, if there are any questions, and I'm sure there will be, we'll wait till the end of the presentation.
Okay. Thank you. And I guess I just wanted to bring out and reiterate that the school bus is a safe vehicle. NHTSA, which is the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, they gather a lot of statistics, they do investigations, the whole 9 yards, and basically they have determined, and when I first started 11 years ago with the agency, this was at 50. Those numbers have changed, and this has been in place probably for the last 8 years, that NHTSA says you are 70 times more likely to arrive at school riding in a bus as compared to riding in a personal vehicle. So that's quite a big jump. The other thing is we want to talk a little bit about, you know, we say it's safe, but how many crashes are there? And I know this came up last board meeting, and I thought, well, some of the information may have been a little misleading, and I want to clarify that. And most of the fatalities we see are generally, like here in Kansas, we may have a motorcycle that runs into the side of the bus or this type thing, but the students on the bus are okay. And based on this same report here, based on those stats, and this is probably a little bit better, the 10-year average where you're going to see school buses, if you look down at the bottom line of the 10-year average, we've lost 5 drivers on average of school buses or school transportation vehicles and 6 passengers, and which brings the average to about 11. So nationwide, we have about 11 fatalities of people that are actually inside a vehicle that is transporting kids. And like I say, the report link is there if you want to look at it. There's quite a bit of information. In addition to that, as most of you are aware, Kansas for over the last 50 years has compiled loading and unloading data. And when a student gets on or off the bus, we consider that the most dangerous time. Because if they're on the bus, they're protected inside the bus. But as soon as they exit the bus, this is when we're going to have issues. And just briefly, you know, I worked out on the Kansas Turnpike for 12 years. And we would work wrecks out there where somebody had, especially when the weather was bad, and you'd get the people back in the car and I'd say, buckle up. And they'd say, well, why? Are we going somewhere? And I said, no, because the odds of us getting hit are really pretty good, and we're going to be more protected inside this vehicle and buckled up. So like I say, you know, the bus is the same thing. You know, those kids are protected just like an egg in an egg carton as long as they're in the bus. And as soon as they exit, this is when they're most vulnerable. This is just a screenshot from our report. And as you can see, these are the fatalities for the last 10 years. And it varies from year to year. But like I say, and then on that side thing, you'll see how many of those were actually hit by vehicles that were violating the stop arm. And, you know, like I say, it just reiterates again that school bus is an extremely safe vehicle. and I know you watched the video last month of the semi passing. These are Kansas videos. These are school buses here in the state of Kansas that have added camera systems. They're all using something a little bit different. It's not a standardized system, but we'll just go through that and you can see exactly what people are doing here in Kansas, because the video last month was from the state of Minnesota. And they even pass on a double yellow line from the rear. There's another one from Easton. And the other thing you have to remember is those amber lights are already on before the stop arm comes out. So, and those amber lights are required by law to be displayed at least 200 feet, no more than 1,000 feet. So these people are behind, this one here is behind the bus or coming at the bus. They saw those amber lights. This is Shawnee Heights, and I believe this was probably out on California Street. Or Croco Road. As you see, the arm just came out. This is from Southeast Saline, and you're going to have to watch the crossover mirror here to see when the lights are actually on. There's the crossover mirror, and you'll see the little lights flashing. So the stop arm is out. This pickup comes and it stops. But I don't know, he gets tired waiting or whatever, and he just eventually goes right on through. And the lights are still out, and the stop arm's still out. And like I say, these are just a few examples that have been shared with us from around the states of districts that have gone out and put cameras on their buses. With me today is also Master Deputy Justin Green. I invited him to come down. He's the school resource officer for the Easton School District, and he actually, we saw some of their videos, he actually runs the tags and actually makes contact with those people, and he can relay what some of the excuses he hears and some of his experiences. And with that, I'll turn it over to Justin, and I'll come back and answer any questions you may have.
Good afternoon, guys. Like you said, I'm Deputy Green with the Leavenworth County Sheriff's Office. So the first video you saw and the third video you saw, the first one, he was issued 2 citations, actually 3 citations. I issued him a citation for running the stop arm on the first bus and a stop arm for the second bus. And I also issued him a citation for passing in a no passing zone. So he was actually issued 3 citations. The way I went about doing that was I got the video emailed to me through our school district. I then run the tag. It has a front video, a side video, and a rear video. So we get the tag, we get the front of the vehicle, and then you get the driver. So I can take that tag number, run it, and then figure out who was driving the vehicle or who the vehicle is registered to. I then call them on the telephone with my body cam on, and usually get an admission of guilt. His excuse was he was about to run out of gas, so that's why he passed the vehicles. I asked them to meet me at the board office so that we could discuss it further and gave him a citation. So the third one, he was issued a citation for passing in a no passing zone and passing a school bus. He's actually a student at the school. So, yeah, so I knew the vehicle right away. There wasn't a whole lot of legwork in that. But the way I do it is I get the tag number, I run the tag number. Most tag numbers or registration has a telephone number attached to it. The only one that I couldn't get was the second video. It was a rental vehicle. So I had no way to track them down.
It's always been my understanding that an officer had to see the event. So how did you,
So
I'm thrilled that you can do that, but how can you do that?
every district attorney is different, or county attorney, sorry. So our county attorney, as long as I have my body camera on and I get an admission of guilt, that is enough.
Okay.
So I do it all by telephone, get an admission of guilt. When I meet them in person or I mail them a citation, if I meet them in person, I have my body cam on as well.
Then
So
go clone yourself.
what's that, sir?
Go clone yourself 40 times.
But do you guys have any questions for me about any of it?
I have an unrelated question.
Yes, sir.
I noticed on your buses, they had that appendage that goes out in the front.
Yes, sir.
When I was superintendent in another state, that was required for every school bus because at some point, a bus driver ran over a kid because they were right in front of the bus. Do you have those on all your buses?
Yes, sir.
And is that something that we should consider, Keith? This is, I guess, to you, because it forces a student to walk out, however long that is, 6 or so feet, to make sure that if they're crossing in front of the bus, that they can be seen. So I thought that was a really good idea. And the state that I came from has very few really good ideas, but I thought that was one of them.
Kansas regulations, it's an option. We allow them, but we don't mandate them. And that's due to the way our regulations are written, that they are adopted by the national standards. And the national standards right now makes that crossing gate arm optional on the school buses. You know what the percentage of buses here in the state of Kansas are? I would say just shooting from the hip, probably 50% of them probably have them. But then a lot of them, they start having problems with them, and they don't want to fix them because they're expensive, and so they end up taking them off, which we're okay with because it's not a mandated piece of equipment.
Should it be? You don't have to answer that question now. I think that's a question that's worthy of discussion. Should it be?
It's worthy of discussion. You know, it has benefits, but here again, you know, we're pushing for that right side pickup. So basically, all that does.
It's not you that's pushing; it's me. There's a whole difference.
Yeah, but that gate is basically for the kids that cross the street and all that. And basically, what it's designed to do is basically just give a reminder to the children to make sure that they step out far enough out. Because that bus driver has blind spots, and if they're tucked right up next to the grill and stuff, the driver most likely won't see them. And it's just makes them get out. So it all, again, you know, I heard us talk about training and all that, and as long as the bus driver and the district are training those kids to make sure that when they cross in front of the bus, they step out 10 big steps before they come across. Kansas does require a signal. The bus driver is required a signal for any students that cross in front of the bus. And like I say, it's not a standard signal, but each driver, each district has to have something in place before that child leaves the curb or that edge of the roadway. Before they cross, the driver has to signal that it's okay to do so, and that is required.
That's really not part of this presentation. I shouldn't have even asked, but I saw that, and it reminded me that it appears to me to be reasonable.
Well, it just adds to the cost of the bus. So.
Yeah. Well, it's less than the cost of a funeral.
This is true. Yes, sir.
And go ahead.
Do you have any questions for me regarding kind of the process that I go through to get people charged with the stop arm running? I mean, basically it's running the tag, getting the return off the tag, grabbing the telephone number off of the tag, making contact with them, and then issuing a citation based on an admission of guilt. Eventually, they're gonna get smart to it and stop admitting guilt. But as of right now, I've only had one or two that haven't admitted guilt. So, I mean, you think about it, 26 tickets, I think is what I've written in the last 12 months. So that's including last school year and this school year. 26 out of 105 counties, that's a lot of that's a lot of tickets. I mean, and that's just in Leavenworth County. I don't know how many other deputies or how many other city cops are writing citations for this, but I do know that we are. And if I have 26 just in my district, I don't know how many districts there are in the state of Kansas, but
86.
so multiply that, that's a lot. So I feel like there needs to be something. So.
Okay. Michelle?
Thank you. So do you ever ask them what the law, like, do you ever ask them to repeat back to you what the rules or regulations or laws on that, just so that to find out where we're missing, like where's the gap, like?
No, I don't ask them to repeat it back. I basically just cite them what the rules and what regulations and the laws are here in the state of Kansas. I don't ask them if they know them. So
Okay.
9 times out of 10, the excuse I get is A, I was running out of gas, or B, I was running late and I'm not waiting for them.
So they know the rules. They're just
Yes,
just
ma'am.
admitting that they had an excuse to run an inconvenience.
Yes, ma'am. The only time they don't really know the law is when it's a divided highway. Right. So I get that question a lot. So, but on all of our streets and roads, we don't really have divided highways. So, but.
Dennis?
I guess from a law standpoint, what would be your recommendation to?
I don't really have a recommendation. I just investigate them. Like,
okay.
I don't know what the other option would really be. Other than
retesting, having
I would say
do training.
We do this driver's ed every year. Maybe focusing on that in our driver's ed might help some of these kids at least know the law. And if we start there, eventually they're going to be older. So I think starting at the bottom and working up might be a good way to start that.
Yeah, I feel strongly about that driver's ed would be a really good starting point, making it emphasize the risk, especially if you have a student.
Yes, sir.
You know.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, thank you.
Yes, sir.
If the legislature would pass the recommendations that we made 4 or 5 years ago that has consequences, maybe that would help too. Ann?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a Keith question. So we have all these rules. The interesting thing I noticed about the one I pointed out was they call them school transportation providers. Everywhere else, they're called drivers. So I don't know what the distinction is there, but my question is, what's the penalty if they don't follow these? I don't know that there's any penalties, so.
There's a specific statute that basically it's a misdemeanor offense that they would have to be charged either as a driver or as a transportation. Yes, the transportation director could be charged according to state statute. So
that would be a misdemeanor for them if they
yes,
don't do it.
unclassified misdemeanor.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Did you have a question, Jim?
Yes, I did. Well, I come from this from several perspectives. I was a high school principal, a driver ed teacher, a bus driver. I've seen from different angles.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
And being a bus driver is very difficult.
Yes, sir.
In fact, scary difficult. Because a lot of times the bus driver is, well, not paying attention actually to what's going on in front of them because of what's happening behind them. And in my circumstance, where I am in West Wichita, I have 3 different districts that go through my neighborhood. I'm right in the corner. And I can't tell sometimes whose district is who and whose kids are who, because kids come to the bus stop, and many times today, a parent, especially on the elementary, are with them. And in the high school level, most of them don't take it, in my area.
Yes, sir.
They just don't, and then they complain because the buses don't show up when they tell their kid they can't take the car, he can't put gas in it or whatever. They don't know the kid's going to be there. There's a lot of factors here, but the one thing going into what's germane to this is that this isn't going to be solved by one action. This is a multi-leveled problem and challenge, and it's only a crisis when it happens. You know, it's a lot of it sometimes I think is crying wolf, and the wolf never comes for most of them, but for the one that does, it's devastating. You know, and I think we need to be running public service announcements. We should be having opportunities where bus drivers are talking to the kids. There should be, quite frankly, maybe mandated parent parts, because I know some of the problem we have. My little cul-de-sac, we don't have any kids. We don't have any kids. Well, we have one today. But when they had a lot of little kids, parents would keep the kid at home, and then the bus would stop at the corner because they didn't come in a cul-de-sac, and they'd send the kid out. And what happens from my bus driving, not bus driving, but supervision, is that now this bus driver is waiting for this kid, though it's only maybe 150 yards, they don't get there real quick. They get there. But now the bus driver's on a time sequence to go through to make sure when he starts his route, he ends his route at the right time so they can get to school. You know, and you got these parents that are holding their kids back until the last second. You know, there's just so many issues involved, especially when they run to the bus. You know, like in our cul-de-sac, I'm backing out, and they're running to the bus. Has nothing to do with the bus in terms of what the bus driver does, but it makes that a dangerous situation in our driveway. You know, there's just so much stuff to this. But what I would recommend is that we put together, Chairman Porter and Dr. Watson, some kind of collaborative group that can come together and bring these issues to the front and see if we can't deal with some of the questions and some of the recommended actions and put them in rather than just keep talking about them here and nothing happens. So what's our next step? And that's what I'm looking at. You know, you guys have done a great job of giving us the data. Now, we have to do a great job to meet the challenge. And it's not going to be an easy one. And it's going to be in little bites and scratches that we go forward, not some pill that we're going to take and everything's going to be better. Sorry to ramble. I'm done.
All right, there are standard rules that.
Yes.
But here again, 286 school districts.
No, standard rules for the parents.
Well, and getting parents to adhere to them. Some of the districts, the larger ones now have apps to where the parent can look, here comes the bus or whatever, and they can see where the bus is actually at in this type thing. But the standard recommendation that we see is most of the schools, when they put policies out, is that the child's supposed to be there 5 minutes before the scheduled bus time.
Sure.
But here again.
That's sure either way.
So, but here again, parenting.
Yeah, I helped run the Wichita schools buses for a while. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stories I could tell you.
Right.
But yes, it's a dangerous thing, and I'm just bringing up the point that we can come up with this answer and that answer, but it's a collaborative decision about how we're going to stair-step to safety rather than just start throwing darts at the dartboard and be happy we got a couple here or there. And on the other hand, this is going to sound terrible, but really, when you think how crazy this whole thing is, it's amazing how many kids get to school safe every day.
Yes, sir.
It's like a miracle every day. You know, and regrettably, those times when it's not, they don't get there. That's what we're fighting against. And we've got to make sure we're working really hard to make sure that that number is very small. You know, and it's going to take all the players, not one. There's no magic wand on this thing.
Yes, sir.
You know, so yeah, if we want to put a campaign together, I feel terrible when we start school and we get these little blurbs about, you know, bus safety, then we never hear them again. You know, bus safety was solved in the first week. You know, should be going on all the time. There should be news reports and a whole effort to change the persona or the beliefs of this. And then on the other hand, a lot of people don't think it's scary because they never hear about the accident, or maybe it happened in Illinois or Kentucky and it didn't happen here. You know, and by the way, kudos to the bus drivers. We have literally thousands of bus drivers, and they do a great job. There are those outliers, very few. They do a great job. They have to have even better patience than teachers in front of a class because they're driving a vehicle where the kids can get injured. And it's just amazing how good a job our bus drivers do, you know, in providing the real safety for the kids that are out there. that are riding on their buses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there more of the presentation, or are you finished?
No, I'm pretty much finished. Open the questions.
Okay, well, we thank you very much for your presentation. I still want us to pursue that stop arm thing, you know.
Well, I believe that is the answer to combat the,
Yeah, I do
the
too.
illegal passing.
It creates a real consequence. Thank you very much. And sir, we appreciate you being here. We will reconvene at 5 minutes until 3.
Thank you.
I need to remind my colleagues that we still need to be cognizant of our adjournment time, and we'll try our best. We're on time, and we're going to try to stay that way if at all possible.
No
I wasn't
pressure.
talking to you, I was talking to my colleagues, but it applies to anybody.
Well, I have two items, Mr. Vice Chair, so I'll try to run through them as quickly as possible. But are you ready for me to start?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Watson, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Shane Carter, Director of Teacher Licensure. I do have two items that I'll be sharing with you today. What's that? Oh, Shane Carter. And I'm here for the singing competition? No? Okay. Okay. Oh, I missed it. Okay.
The
Well,
bar's pretty high.
yeah, I would fail, I assure you. But I'm going to share two updates for you today. The first will be on the American Board for Certification of Teacher Excellence, which we're going to call ABCT through the rest of this discussion. That way we can keep you on time. So as far as our first agenda, I'm going to do a quick discussion or a quick update about House Bill 2521 and Senate Bill 407, and then I'm going to move into the specifics about ABCTE. So during this last legislation period, there were two bills that were introduced. One was House Bill 2521, the other was Senate Bill 407. Though they have different numbers, and one went to the Senate, one went to the House committee, they basically were the same bill. As far as the movement of that bill, nothing really happened with Senate Bill 407, but House Bill 2521 did make it through the House Budget Committee, and they did make a recommendation for that bill and sent it on to the Senate. Of those bills, one of the main things that was well, first of all, the premise of the bill was to establish an alternative teacher certification program in Kansas, which could be argued that that's the wrong mechanism or the wrong way to go about that because that's your responsibility. But as far as that alternative certification program, they did make a definition in that bill. So for that bill for alternative certification, what a program would have to do is operate in at least 5 states, be in operation for up to 10 years, or operation for 10 years, include subject area content training and pedagogical training, and then require a candidate to pass a content and pedagogical exam to complete the program. And the reason I'm sharing this definition for you, there are a few different programs that might fit this criteria. However, the sponsor of the bill was ABCTE, and if you break out that definition, ABCTE meets those requirements. So I'll go ahead and go into a little bit about ABCTE, and then we'll discuss House Bill 2521 a little bit later in the update. So it is an alternative teacher certification program. It has operated since 2002. Kind of their model, they work to capture bachelor degree career changers. So if you're trying to think in your mind of something somewhat equivalent, our restricted teaching program would kind of be something that's similar, but not exactly the same, but similar. So as far as their program, they require an individual to complete online pedagogical and content training for whichever content area they're at. Typically takes between 7 and 10 months to complete. And then once they complete the training, they're required to pass a content exam and their professional teaching knowledge exam. So once these requirements are met, they receive a certificate of completion, and then that candidate can take that certificate of completion to that state that has approved them and then be issued some type of license. So as far as the program, they offer different endorsement areas, mainly secondary, but you will see on here as well, elementary and special education is included as well. One key premise about this program, the training is online, everything's online. There's not a clinical experience or a clinical piece to it, so the individual is not actually in a school at any point. They're completing online training only, or online training modules. So as far as ABCTE, currently they're approved in 15 states. That includes our border states of Arkansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Nebraska. And based on some of our licensure regulations and statute changes, we have had individuals that have completed this training program transfer from another state and come into Kansas and receive a license. So a couple things to keep in. This list isn't a comprehensive list, it's just from 2018. But we've had the Licensure Review Committee established for many years. So there are more individuals that completed a licensure review appeal that completed this program that received a license, but I went back through 2018 because I have those records on hand. So in 2021, statute 483406 was in place. According to that statute, if an individual holds a valid out-of-state license, has experience within the last year, they're going to receive a reciprocal license. So we did have 4 individuals. Mainly everyone that has qualified for this license has come from Missouri. So 4 individuals were issued a license based on that criteria. Our current licensure regulations in 2015 went through an update, and for alternative programs, if an individual had 5 years of teaching experience, 3 years in the same district, then they would qualify for a license. So we had 2 issued for that. And then we've had 8 that have gone through the licensure review committee process and received a license. So based on the bill, so House Bill 2521 as it moved, ABCT expressed interest in working with the state board to seek accreditation to offer a program versus a statute or legislation solution. So as part of that, we did start having conversations with them and provided them with our preconditions checklist for accreditation. So Dr. Schmidling was here earlier today and went through the accreditation process. You may recall that there was a pre-accreditation checklist that's out there for some individuals that are going through the process for the first time. So that's what we're currently provided ABCTE with to complete and send that to us, and we'll take a look and send it through our ERC for evaluation. But as far as the goal or the wish of ABCT is to enter into some type of pilot with the state board that would initially be geared towards secondary content areas and starting a program that is similar to the restricted teaching program. The big difference is this, once again, there's not clinical experience that's involved with ABCTE. So as part of the bill that was originally pushed, they added a restricted license mentoring requirement in there for 2 years of mentoring for these individuals. So any pilot would have that mentoring program embedded in it for a clinical experience for these individuals. But these are just conversations that we started maybe 3 weeks ago. So I felt that I needed to provide the board an update about that bill, and then that we have engaged in talks with ABCTE. So pending your questions.
Randy and then Kathy.
Shane, go back to the previous slide, please.
Yep.
So I want you to think about this because we talked about, we have an educator shortage, we have a leadership shortage. It's real. When Shane talks about the next item, that will be one of the concerns, I think, of that going forward. So there's been a tremendous amount of time that Ann and Dina have spent on this bill, right? Would you agree? I've spent a little bit of time. You spent more time than anyone. But think about this. So since 2018, we're talking about 14 teachers licensed in this area, 14 in 6 years. We have to be thinking about bigger scale things. I just need you, we need hundreds in some way because we're spending a lot of time for a little return. And I'm not, that's not to bash this at all, but we have to decide where are we going to spend our time that we can get greater return, because we really have a terrific shortage in all these areas. And, you know, even if we doubled that rate, it's not solving our problem. So I'm giving you kind of an overview of watching just this year, how many people have worked just on this issue around a very limited return on investment.
Kathy.
So Shane, right now, when we have people going through alternative pathways, they already have a degree, and they go through Fort Hays, or I think Wichita State has one, they're immediately given some kind of license and can be in a classroom. Am I correct?
Yeah, so if you're referencing our restricted teaching license program, and we also have the LAL and LERT programs, each require an individual to get enrolled in a program. They receive a license to teach as they're completing that program.
So I'm saying that to say, you were talking about they have no in-class, but literally we are putting people in classrooms that without any teaching.
Well, yeah.
Yes, and it's while they're going to school, I understand that, but we're still licensing them.
Yeah, so yes, that is true. And then for those alternative route programs, we do, for instance, like the the LERP, there is a required classroom management, a couple of courses of classroom management that are required before they receive that license to
that's 4
enter
days,
in.
isn't it? Yeah.
So that's a little bit of training that they receive before they qualify for that license, but the majority of the program is completed while they hold that license.
Okay. And through the Mobility Compact, we could certainly be seeing people come through with this, right?
We could, and so we haven't yet. And the main reason is most of the folks that have come through have been Missouri, but Oklahoma is a member of the compact. They have a very low number of people that have actually completed this program for licensure in Oklahoma, so there's a possibility that someone may come in, but probably a small chance right now.
Okay.
You have 3 questions, Ann?
No, I'm just running on about 4 hours sleep, and I think I fell on the button. So.
Well, we'll give you
But I
a
could
couple,
think
go
of 3
ahead.
if you wanted. Yeah, to Kathy's point, we do have we don't call it transition to teaching anymore, do we?
Well,
I
some
call it that.
programs call it transition to
Okay.
teaching. I call it by the license name, the restricted teaching program, because we
Yeah.
issue a restricted license.
But we do give them restricted. They would give them a full license right out of the bat. And that's why Shane will explain to you what we're talking about with a pilot. But the teacher vacancy supply committee, to Randy's point, I mean, this is small potatoes here, even if we do the pilot compared to, what we could be doing. Are they meeting? I mean, I can think of a lot of things they could be talking about that would address the larger numbers that Randy's talking about, other than the general science license. So,
Yes,
I know, that's always a bug of mine. No general science license, but other than that.
So not at the moment, because we don't have the membership to have a quorum for that committee to meet. We basically have 2 people assigned. We have applications that have come in to send through for approval, which is going to take place after our professional standards board meeting
Because I
this
was
month.
thinking we'd sent something out to try to get more members. Is this something this board can help with, to try to get more members on that board?
Yeah, we'll take our current applications and see if we need additional folks to apply. But yes, potentially I will need assistance from you all in order to fill those vacancies.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Dina?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we did spend a great deal of time on that, and evidently are continuing to do so. But the legislature, when you talk about the House, they truly think that this program was going to make a big dent in the absent teachers in our districts. Reality hasn't really met them yet, I guess. But in fact, some had even said to me, well, if we can even get one, that's better than none. And that's true, but as Commissioner mentioned, we've spent a lot of time, and can probably continue to do so, to see if we can bring ABCTE into the framework of what we really need. So, and I'd like to thank Shane for being flexible and willing to work with us when we saw an issue that was about ready to blow wide open. So, and allow anybody who met those qualifications to come in here and start training teachers, whether we knew they were here or not. So all of that, I think we probably still need to be aware that this needs attention. And where we go from after ABCTE is, who knows, but hopefully we can direct it the way we need to have it directed instead of folks across the street. So, thank you.
Yeah, if they only want to get one and that's the wrong person, they can do one heck of a lot of damage to kids. So, Kathy.
Well, just something Dean had, I think, kind of said in there was, I mean, ABCT is only one program. I'm assuming there are others out there that could possibly fit into what this, yes, no?
So yes, and a couple of, well, at least one of the programs that that fits into this definition that legislature brought up. There was a pilot that was ran with KSDE many years ago that was unsuccessful. So, but there are other organizations that could meet that definition. Okay. All right, so I'll go ahead and move to item 2, which is a receive item today, and that is the update on yep.
Just one short answer, or maybe Shane. Is the cost of this significantly less than what? Is that one of the attractions?
Yeah, so the cost of this program is $1,900 versus a graduate level
Just wanted to confirm
program.
that,
This is a
what
little more
I've
expensive.
been hearing, so.
Yep. Okay. All right, the next item is the update on literacy requirements. This is a receive item. Last month I did provide you an update, so a lot of this will be a lot of the same information we covered last month with a few changes. But our agenda, we'll discuss options to verify structured literacy knowledge, and then discuss options for veteran teacher training tracking. Before I go into this is a new slide you didn't see last time, but the teacher licensure team is committed to the work of the Division of Learning Services, and we talk about the Division of Learning Services and their focus on the 4 fundamentals. So we have been engaged in this work. So for what we're about to review now, it does fit solely within that commitment to structured literacy. And then if we look at the structures that are established, we break into the professional learning. So we're going to talk about professional development options and training for districts. So it will fit within these structures. So I just wanted to share this model with you. Please note you're going to get an update after this briefing with a updated chart on the 4 fundamentals in the school improvement model. So this was slightly different. All right, so for our verification of structured literacy knowledge, first and foremost, one of the first things you all did is you did approve new elementary standards, and those have been updated as of February 2024. During this process, we've also had our elementary content exam. It was reviewed. It's found to be a weak measure of structured literacy knowledge. So based on that review, there is a new test that's being put into production by ETS. It is the Praxis Elementary Content Exam 7001. It's set up very similar to the Elementary Content Knowledge for Teaching test in that it's a test, but it consists of 4 subtests. Those 4 subtests are English Language Arts, Mathematics, History, Government, Social Studies, and Science. Same premise, individual takes the test. If they didn't pass one of the subtests, then all they have to do is retake that subtest in order to get a passing score for that overall comprehensive test. The big change of the 7001 is that it incorporates a teaching of reading test that ETS offers into this particular content exam. So it pulled out that old ELA test that was recognized as a weak measure for structured literacy, inputs what ETS offered that was verified as having strong, and also vetted by our team, literacy team, embeds that test within the 7001. There is a slight difference though. There's 10 written constructive written response questions that are in the 5205 that are not in the 7001, but pretty much everything else is the same. So that was reviewed by our Professional Standards Board. I have a Professional Standards Board meeting later this month. This will be one of the topics where they'll make a recommendation to you all to adopt or not adopt the test, and then that will move on to the consent agenda, or I can pull it off as a receive item for you. Probably would be the best way to move forward with that and provide that for a formal action. And then if it is approved, it would go into effect as of September 1st of 2024 as a licensure test for elementary. Now, with that said, please keep in mind there will be a time for transition that's needed as we transition higher ed into this test. So we would be looking at possibly having been able to accept that elementary content knowledge test for about a year, but the 7001 will be out there as of September 1st.
And I'm assuming in that right there, you're speaking to the public forum comment we had this morning about changing tests and what that does to people.
Yep.
Yes. Since you're trying to capture that.
Yes.
Okay.
Because there is significant structure behind these tests and how programs operate and the training that's provided in there and then how they're set up. We're currently set that some universities have required their candidates to go ahead and complete portions of the current test, so like 2 components, and in the fall they're going to have them take the final 2. So that transition period would help us eliminate candidates having to take a partial part of the old test and then take the entire new test.
Melanie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Shane, is there another test where a candidate would be able to apply for an exemption? And I'm thinking in terms of someone who's been teaching for a very long time, maybe they're getting ready to retire and they're going to push back and say, I don't have time to do this. I don't have time to go through. I'm just curious if there are ever exemptions.
Ms. Haas, when we talk about different tests offered for our veteran educators to demonstrate structural literacy knowledge, the short answer is yes. When we get into the future slides, I'll go into that in a little more detail.
I will wait. Thank you.
The challenge you're going to see here and the challenge you're going to see as he rolls out is what is the balance of making sure you do a transition that is fair to everyone? And then how long does that take to implement something? And there's not a magic number there. I think you just have to weigh that. Because I'll remind you as you think about anything Shane's presenting, and a student generally is in school for 13 years. So always put that in perspective, whether we're talking about 2 years, 7 years, 8 years, how long that student may go through school. And then you're trying to judge that against the fairness of an individual, maybe having to go through some kind of training or testing, and then institutions that have to change and put things in place. So it can be really complicated in a hurry. And that's why I think you heard today from one of the universities, and I think you're seeing what Shane's proposing and taking through the Professional Standards Board.
We made this recommendation through the Dyslexia Task Force 4 or 5 years ago. How much longer are we going to give people the ability to be in the classroom who can't teach struggling readers how to read? And I don't expect you to answer that. I think that's what we have an obligation to the kids that are in the classroom today. And I'm quite frankly a little impatient with people that are pushing back.
All right, so since we're talking about testing, there are a couple different options for veteran educators. One is, that we're recommending is one, professional development, structured literacy training for districts for veteran teachers. And the other would be that those veteran educators, if they feel they have that knowledge and those skills, they could go ahead and pass an approved exam, an exam that you all approve to demonstrate that knowledge, and that would verify that they were literacy trained. For professional development, this would be geared towards our elementary, anybody that's working with elementary students, our elementary teachers, special education, general teachers, elementary administrators, school psychs, and reading specialists. Options. So the recommended way forward is that we would have a state board approved list. And on that list, so we have options on down the road, and we can maintain that list. And if other trainings come available, they can be vetted by our literacy team and then brought back to you in order for a recommendation to add it to the list. But what I'm about to share with you, as I shared last month, are a few different options that we would request to be on that approved list. So letters training, which you're all familiar with, is one of those. The next is the pathways to proficient reading, and we're going to go into those just a little more detail on the next slides. I'm not a literacy expert by any means, but I can try to answer any questions you may have. Also, Keys to Literacy is another program. As far as legislation that's passed or legislation that's pending, K-Board's Literacy Blueprint, there are trainings that we would expect that would come out of that. We would vet those trainings through our literacy team, and if that meets the requirements that we have established, then we would look to add those to the list as well. And then bottom line, we would like to have the ability to continue to review different trainings to add to this list to be acceptable to measure structured literacy. So when we're starting to talk about letters, there's different variations of letters. There's letters for early childhood, letters for kindergarten or K to 6, or letters kindergarten and above, and letters for administrators. And each one of these programs it can be virtual training in person, but there's a time consideration that's included in that, like up to 2 years to finish these programs. And for a lot of districts, as we look as far as Division of Learning Services commitment to the 4 fundamentals and getting structures in place to support districts to make this transition to the school improvement model. Letters, takes 2 years to complete. So we're looking at, what other programs are out there as well once maybe letters ends up not being the priority for training in the future. But it is available now and we're paying for it, so it's a great option. Others, that Pathways to Proficient Reading that I mentioned, it's 17 sections. It's throughout the sections, they have 6 virtual meetings, so you're meeting with experts in the field to kind of go over the training that you've had and express any issues you've had with any of the material. Bottom line, it's about 49 hours worth of training, and an educator has up to 12 months to complete the program. And embedded in each one of these slides is a link to the actual website. That's what that link is down at the bottom. The Keys to Literacy, it's 11 modules. They offer live training where they can do it with individuals or come out to a district. They have online courses as well, and then facilitated online courses. The difference between an online course and a facilitated online course is a standard online course, you're just taking at your own pace. You're taking the modules and finishing the training. Facilitated, you have an instructor that you can reach out to and ask questions. So it's about 36 hours of training and would take about 12 months to complete. So test options were mentioned, so we're trying to push test options through the Professional Standards Board as well, and those would go into effect in September. This one's going to be a little bit trickier though. Currently, ETS offers 2 tests for structured literacy that are rated as great measures, strong measures for structured literacy knowledge, and that's the 5205 and the 5206. There's also conversation with ETS about their ELA subtest, about possibly being able to extract that from the elementary content test and offer that as a standalone option for structured literacy. And if that does become available, that would be the recommendation that I would make to the Professional Standards Board onto you to utilize that test, because our pre-service candidates would be required to complete the same test, and then our veteran teachers would have the same test as well. But we haven't confirmed yet if that's going to be an option. If it's not, then the recommendation would be the 5205 for our elementary teachers. Also for licensing, I have to be able to license individuals that come from out of state. This is a national initiative when we talk about structured literacy, and a lot of states offer the same test or have looked at the same test that we're going to require. So we would look to accept those for individuals coming from out of state. But a couple of additional tests we've vetted through our license or through our literacy team that we would want to put on a list as acceptable is the Pearson Foundations of Reading exam, the K. Perry exam from the Center for Effective Reading and Instruction, and then we would like to have the opportunity to review any other tests that may be implemented from other states that we haven't reviewed for our out-of-state folks that are coming in that have completed literacy tests. Continue on. So with the training, there needs to be some way to track it. So a couple things that we're working on for the licensure team. One is within our licensed personnel report, we'll start tracking training for educators that are serving in elementary positions, and we're creating that build now. with the implementation date starting around 25, 26, but if we can get it pushed for this next cycle, we will get that build and start collecting that data during the 24, 25 school year. And then we can utilize this data to help support our school improvement model and track that training as we're working with districts with their school improvements. And then next, this is probably the most, I don't know if I'll use the term controversial, but the fact that we would tie this to licensure renewal, you'll probably hear from from our school districts about this, and there is a few different issues you have to consider about that. Attrition rate is something to think of. Some leaders have experienced complaints from teachers that if we force this, then they would look to leave the field, but it's legitimate. But at the end of the day, we're requiring training. We're committed to structured literacy. Looking at trying to implement this into licensure renewal in July 1st of 2027. That's time to get our school improvement model in effect. That's time to get established professional development training in school districts. It's time for me, it gives me time to get the licensure regs updated and include this as a requirement. But the bottom line is we would have the support structures in place to help districts and those teachers receive training to verify for renewal by July 1st of 2027. So that would be the recommended date that if we're going to tie this to licensure renewal that we would recommend to the board.
Okay, Kathy.
Last month, I had brought up I think it's from the Phillips Fundamental Learning Center, a course that they're doing. Did we look at that, into that at all, and what that involves?
I don't have an answer for you that right now, but
I
will put it on the list and make sure that we get that taken care of.
Okay.
Kathy, I believe Lori's team is reviewing that right now.
Okay.
I think one of the challenges I think they believe maybe, so they're just reviewing it, is any of the options have to be curriculum agnostic, meaning they can't be tied to a specific curriculum that you have to take in order, because if you take a training and then you go to a school district that doesn't use a certain curriculum, that training would be not of good use. So I know that that's one thing they're thinking about as they go into looking at that, whether or not that's true. And I don't know if it is or not.
Okay, it didn't sound like to me, but I don't know. The other thing, I'm gonna just throw this out there, I guess you would say, because we talk about wanting our teachers to know how to teach structured literacy, but we have a very real issue of having emergency subbed licensed individuals in classrooms with zero possible education at this time. And I don't know what we are talking about doing about that, but I don't have a problem with being hardcore about certain things, but we also can't contradict ourselves at the same time, because we have individuals in classrooms who don't even have a degree, let alone a teaching degree, or all those things. So I just want to make sure we're looking and remembering everything that's happening in the licensing part and what we have, because we have such a lack that's already going on. So just putting that out there.
Michelle.
Thank you, Vice Chair Porter. Shane, since science of reading is focused on phonics, like pretty much 100% phonics, how is that going to affect like the School for the Deaf teachers? Didn't they state that they do a lot of the sight? I mean, it would be totally different for them. So does this exclude ASL, like those who teach ASL? Because that is going to be, that's how we got in. If you look back at history books, that's how we got into the problem in the first place. Is all children were taught sight words because it was first taught by Gallaudet. So I'm just curious, as far as I know, they said something about we're going to continue on with what we're doing with what works with our children within the state school. So I want to make sure that we're not requiring that of like ASL teachers that are teaching students that aren't using phonics because they aren't able to hear the sounds.
So I know Lori's team is going to work with Luann on what that looks like, to have a science of reading within a sign language, non-hearing environment.
Very good. Okay, just want to make sure I brought that up. Okay. Thank you.
Well, as the liaison to the School of the Deaf, that's an appropriate question. Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Randy, this money you talked about this morning for literacy training, does it include the other training programs that Shane talked about, like Keys to Literacy and pathways to professional reading that are a lot less hours. Is that part of your 10 million as well?
No. And the reason it's not, Ann, is we can't go out for another RFP with those other programs on the continuation of that money. So when you look at where we're spending money, like new money, it's with internal contracts that would go to us or service centers or partner organizations. We would have to go out on all those other pathways to literacy. We'd have to do an RFP process, and we can't do that with the continuation of the way the money is spent. So we would provide letters at no cost. The others would be a cost.
Which is a real deterrent because those others are so much less time. I mean, if I were close to retirement and I'm looking at 168 hours, I'm out of here.
Well, I think the thing we have to remember, so I've talked all my advisory committees except the parent one, which hasn't come up, in districts that have supported the staff, meaning they've paid staff to attend, they've done it on school time, they've incentivized, even in some districts, that you get money forever, right, by going through the training. They've had 100% participation, and teachers love it. If we say we're divorcing ourselves of that process and it's just on the teacher to figure this out, here's the training, that's a recipe for disaster. This has to be, and you'll see this, I think, when we talk about school improvement. Shane mentioned, this has to be a concerted effort by the school district to use staff development time and pay teachers to do the work. I mean, they should be compensated for it. And if we do, where we've done that, it's been very successful. Where we haven't done that, I think there's some challenges.
Yeah, but not everybody had a bunch of ESSER money to use to pay teachers to take this, which is where a lot of that money came from, right?
Who didn't have ESSER money
I
to
mean,
pay?
I've had superintendents from small districts say, I hear them on the Greenbush call every week, I don't have money to pay teachers to take letters.
I would challenge that. We paid for the training. If you look at the districts that received the least amount of money, they paid their teachers, and they received the least amount per person.
So the one, I said Keys was like $399 a person. Do you know, how much is the Pathways to Proficient Reading, do you know?
Yeah, so at one point it was on their website, and then I got blocked from it, but it was roughly like $700 as I recall.
Like Facebook friends, huh?
Yeah. Now, when you start thinking about, that's for individual utilization of the program, they do offer district programs as well, so there'd be a slightly elevated cost, but it would be cheaper than what an individual would pay alone.
Yeah. My other concern is that 2027 sounds like a long way away, but it'll be a while yet before we get our new standards in place, and then it's a couple more years before the universities get on board, and then it's 2027, and teachers haven't even had a chance to go there yet. So is that too early, or do I have the timeline wrong?
Well, the 2027's for teachers in the field now, not
Yeah.
for pre-service.
But they still, I mean, so, I don't know, I just wish there was some way we could find, I know we don't have any more ESSER money, but to find a way to help them afford these programs that take way less time than letters.
We also would provide the funding for the assessment. We can do that.
Yeah, we could do that, the
No, we
tests.
can't, we can do that because we don't have to RFP that, because as Shane said, we'll already have the contract to do that with the pre-service.
School districts spend a lot of money on professional development. They need to prioritize this. They can't afford it. It's a choice. Kathy.
Want to hear from them too.
I was just going to ask Dr. Watson if he was going to share some more from his advisory group. We had talked a little bit about that.
Yes, yes. So my advisory groups happen twice a year in no particular order. It's how Michaela schedules them. So I have a teacher, I have a special ed, directors, curriculum leaders, superintendents, and parents. And so I think I'll just kind of give you the flavor of all, and then I'll end with the superintendents. Special ed directors, of course, yes, thank you, do it. Teachers were like, this is going to be hard. And again, the ones that were in districts that were supportive couldn't understand the teachers in the districts that were not supportive. I mean, they looked at them like, well, our district does this. Why didn't your district do that? Teachers don't have an answer for that. Curriculum leaders were all about, let us get enough lead time so we can schedule our staff development. And I just got one from a school district and said, yeah, if you do 27, that gives me enough time. I can start planning the next 3 years so that our district, which is fairly large, can make sure we have everyone trained. Superintendents were really interesting. It started off by saying, we're going to lose teachers. We're going to lose teachers. I can't find teachers now. And there's a sense of panic there. There's a real sense of panic. And that was literally the start of the conversation. We talked for quite a while, and then I went around. We have 25 superintendents on my advisory. I made every one of them speak. I think I said this because I wanted everyone's view, not just the ones that were speaking. And some said, I don't understand what the problem is here. We've had 100% participation because we paid teachers. This is what we prioritized. Some said we did the staff development on our time, not on their time. And one said I compensated them 2% more on their salary forever by going through the training. And it ended by one superintendent said, this is a civil rights issue. Where I came from, we didn't always teach kids to read of color. And in our district, if you don't want to do this, I'm happy to send them to you. And then it went dead quiet after that. But all of this is real. I mean, I'm not going to diminish. We have a teacher shortage. We're not trying to drive people out. I think the question is, can we help support systems that help teachers in the right way do this that makes sense for them? And so we're open. The literacy blueprint did pass, and there will be options there that will be developed before you can go to college, get your tuition paid for, and receive a $500 stipend. That's going to take a while to roll that out and get that approved, but that's coming. So that'll be there too. Does that help, Kathy? Okay.
Well, I think just the part too that you were talking about with where our focus is, because it helped me. Where's our focus? Is it on the students? Is it on I mean, it's obviously everybody, but still, we're about the students learning to read. But there's definitely the place of how we make all of that happen and being cautious and caring for everybody's needs.
And I may mention, if you adopted this in 27 and someone had renewed in 2026, they wouldn't renew until 2032. So there's how far out you could still be, even if you started 2027. You could be 2032, which is 8 years from right now. And again, just put things in perspective. So my granddaughter will turn 4 this fall. She could possibly be 12 and not have a teacher ever knowing about the science of reading. I mean, when you put that in perspective, you have to have compassion to say, how can we collectively do this together? We don't want to burden teachers. We want to support them, and they ought to be compensated for that. But even that, Shane and I have had conversations, that's pushing it, right? That's pushing the timeline. And it still could be 2032, and all of us will not be here, my guess is, right? I mean, so this is difficult. I said this to every group. These are difficult problems, and it should be upon us collectively as a profession to solve them. If not, they will in ways that we may not like. And so we have to listen to everyone, And we have to take everything in consideration, and then you have to make a decision along with the input that you get, because these are difficult problems. They really are. They're not easy to solve with all the different demands. And Shane gets to be the lead person that hears from everyone on all the issues, so.
And the student that is not taught to read will, for the rest of their life, be punished because we didn't do it now. Dina, I need to point out to my colleagues, it's our time. We're going to take all the time we need, but we are significantly over time. Dina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just am remembering when, I don't know, I was probably 5 years into my career, and there became a requirement that we all take a special ed, and it was everybody. Didn't matter whether you were a elementary teacher, middle, whether you were special ed, if you were high school, everybody had to have this general special ed class. And that a lot of folks were not happy with that, and we had to pay for our own. I would think maybe Jim may remember that, but I know we've got an issue with a teacher can leave and there's not necessarily anyone to follow them. But it's not the first time that teachers been told you will. And so I guess, and it wasn't a short program either. So I guess my thought is this is about kids learning to read and trying to make sure that every kid has that opportunity. And that, to me, overrides my desire not to take any more courses. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Betty?
And I'd just like to make a couple of comments, because one of the things that I truly have been concerned about is the institution of education being under attack. We're not properly getting funded. We have the community people believing that education is not really serving their students very well. I've been in situations where I've overheard conversations where parents are saying we need to go more into homeschooling. Now, if we put all of that into this pot, and then we talk about literacy, and we talk about why is it that education is under attack? Okay, we are not looking at the data and saying literacy, the problem we have with literacy, the problem we have with math, the number of students that are failing this. I look at legislature and I say, they're just not funding us. But when we take responsibility and not just look at the other side, but look at what we are doing, then this all begins to make sense. We are looking at a way of effectively, efficiently, sufficiently doing our job, which is educating students, which means they have the ability to read, which means they have the ability to be proficient in math. And if that's our goal, and I say to a teacher, you are losing your inspiration because you don't feel appreciated, then we're giving them a way finally to be appreciate it. Do what we said we are going to do, which is to teach our children. And if we are not doing that effectively, then shame on us if we don't look at ways of improvement. And when ways to improve are being suggested, and your response is, well, I don't want to teach. Well, maybe that wasn't a good match, because I know too many that have in their heart wanting to see our kids educated. And I guarantee you, if you were to talk to those teachers that have that commitment to educate our kids, they are not the ones that saying, I'm going to leave. So our focus really has to stay on what's right for students. And if they are not sufficiently taught to read, then we have a problem. And this is our way of fixing a problem. This should be tunnel vision for us. Let's look at what we are supposed to do, not what the naysayer has to say, but what are we supposed to do? And it's to educate our students. And if we do that, then we are not doing anything wrong. Now, that's my sermon for today.
Anything else?
No, sir. I think I got you far enough behind today.
Okay. Amen, Betty. Thank you very much. Ben.
Eric, I don't want to mess anything up on the screen. Are you able to pull? Oh, wonderful. Well, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the board and Dr. Watson. Really appreciate the opportunity, and I always want to exchange pleasantries, but since we're behind time, I'm not going to. But just if I did do that, what I would say is Jay and I always look at what the day is. I stole that from him. And, there's always a day for something. I didn't do that today because today is my wife's birthday. And so I figured that was probably enough. So I called her at 4:30 this morning to wish her happy birthday. And she didn't appreciate that and probably won't appreciate me telling everybody. That's true. We are honored to be with you here today. I was able to start my day down at the FCCLA conference in Wichita, and it was just a wonderful experience, as it always is, and a great reminder of what kids can do, because I talked to a lot of students. Those CTSO officers at the state level they're just extremely impressive. How they exchange greetings and all those types of things, and it makes me think about what we want for our kids. And I think the conversation that we're going to have here for this item connects very well to the last item, but also connects very well to just what we want for our kids across Kansas. So we're going to start to move into more specifics this month. You'll hear specifically the lens through which we want to look at school improvement, and you're going to see for the first time what we're calling our school improvement model. And part of me can't help but make really strong connections between this conversation that we just had and that mechanism that we'll have to be able to have these types of conversations with local systems across the state of Kansas. So I'm going to move right into that, but want to start with why. Why are we doing this work? And this has been a really important starting point for our team. And all of this is team oriented. When I say team, it's been a large number of people within our division and across the agency, and I think growingly across Kansas. But the statement that we like to make related to why we're doing this work is it's all about students, and it's about positioning them for opportunity. And in order to do that, we talk a lot about reducing limitations. So what may be a limiting quality for a student, and a great example would be if that child is not an effective reader. And there's something that we can do about that to position them for opportunity by the way we instruct them, especially in those early grade levels, as we focus on structured literacy. So this is all about our kids knowing more and being able to do more. And just like the students who greeted me as I walked into Century 2 this morning and shook my hand, they knew who I was, and they did that in a very professional way. And I thought about the skills that they've learned along the way, because it says a lot about them. It's not just in isolation. We also want to talk about, when we think about the knowledge that our students have and their ability to use that knowledge, we have those standards that we can apply in our school systems that define what it is that we want them to know and be able to do. And I think just like the exchange when somebody shakes your hand and greets you, that's something that we can teach, they can learn, and they can apply. So it's not just always these content area standards, but everything we want kids to know and be able to do. Want to talk about the what. So the why is our kids, the what is how we do school improvement. And we are defining school improvement in this process when we say school improvement in Kansas. And the conversation that I got to be a part of when I came to KSDE was all around this idea of building coherence. And we defined coherence. What does that mean? How do we bring work together in a coherent way? And we decided that we're going to operate from a framework. And that framework is we have to be moving in the same direction. So we have to focus direction. We have to create a culture of collaboration. So we have to talk to one another and listen to one another. Just like you talked about how we're getting feedback on a specific item related to literacy and potentially a licensure requirement, we're getting tons of feedback on our school improvement model. Every exchange is an opportunity to listen and then respond and adjust. And we've done that constantly throughout this process. So culture of collaboration, deepening learning, it goes back to our why. We want kids to know more, be able to do more. But then I would say it's really raising accountability or being very clear about what we want to be accountable on. And we're going to talk about internal, external accountability as we go through this model. But we have definition, and you're going to see, we'll walk you through a visual. It's an updated visual from what Shane gave you. That was my not so nice version, but communications has given us a nice updated version that I'm going to walk you through. But just want to remind you of the terminology. So it starts with fundamentals, and you've seen those, and we're going to walk through those briefly. But it includes structures, or those things that shape the behaviors within a system. And this is the language of school people. So when we talk about those structures, we're speaking the language of people who operate within schools themselves. And then this idea of lead indicators. Lead indicators are the actions that we can control, the professional behaviors, the things that we want to see happen. And so this model becomes the mechanism to be able to move ideas from here in Topeka, when we say there's priorities, into school systems because they're the right things to do, not because we're dictating those things. And then we'll talk about kind of a new item called a measure of progress. And this starts to get into this question about how would a system show or demonstrate progress towards the implementation of something where we could make, and the state board could make specifically, accreditation decisions. So I'm going to walk you through that model. And that really is the how. So how we do this work, connecting the what and the why, is through this school improvement model. So let's take a look at that. See if my animation skills worked here. Actually, communications helped me with that, and I apologize that it's small on the screen, but these are familiar to you. We've been talking about fundamentals for about a year, and the way these are situated within the model, and you'll see the whole picture as we go through, they're stated as aspirational, or if you were doing structured literacy, this is a way we can define that desired state of implementation. So it says, we provide literacy instruction aligned to the science of reading and assure teachers and administrators are well trained and knowledgeable in the elements and implementation of structured literacy. So that's an aspirational way of looking at what would happen if a system was implementing structured literacy. Standards alignment, I'll just read that one to you as well. We align lessons, instruction, and materials to Kansas standards and clearly identify what students must know and be able to do. This includes interpersonal, intrapersonal, and cognitive skills in pre-K through 12. And you'll see similar language for balanced assessment, that we have a vast amount of data that's not only based on risk, but also standards, and that we know what to do with that data, which can often be a gap. And with quality instruction, it goes back to high expectations and quality materials that every student has the ability to interact with on a daily basis. So moving from there, again, is this idea of structures. And I'll just scroll through these and then we'll briefly hit on them. So we have 6 that we've identified. And again, this is the way we can speak the language of our school systems. They allocate resources, they evaluate, they do professional development or professional learning, they collaborate in some way, there's tiered system of supports, and they have engagement with the community around them. So when we think about lead indicators within those structures, these are the things that indicate the implementation of those fundamentals that are interconnected. And so an example of a lead indicator on resource allocation would be that your budget reflects the implementation of quality materials that are aligned to standards, and that professional development is aligned to the science of reading or to structured literacy. And we would want to see a system would be able to evaluate whether they are allocating resources towards those priorities. And that's a specific action that they can take. And then the measures of progress, which would be in that far right column, and kind of a new area for us would be the evidence, or what a school system would be able to show that demonstrates the implementation of that action. And we have lead indicators associated with each of those structures and measures of progress associated with each of those lead indicators as part of this model. So educator evaluation would be ultimately about the application of something like structured literacy or the implementation of materials at the classroom level, which is where that impact will be. Same with professional learning, that they're accounting for in a professional development plan those priority areas that indicate the implementation of those fundamental elements, and we would have associated measures of progress. And I should say that within that column of measures of progress, these are just starting points for what we ultimately believe will be a quality list of measures that systems can choose from as they indicate the actions that they will take. Professional collaboration, again, it's that alignment, it's the ability to communicate and collaborate with peers both vertically, grade level, and across an entire system. And we feel like that's another gap area for a lot of systems. So we'd want to see evidence of protocol that would be put in place to create that type of alignment. Tiered system of support really gets into how we utilize data most effectively, and starting with the analysis of what happens in our core, and then moves to what we're doing with both intensive and supplemental types of supports as well, and evidence of that. And then with family and community and business partnerships, this is where we bring in this idea of an individual plan of study, which we feel like is very applicable towards that family engagement, community and business engagement. And Natalie and her team have really helped us with that. And we would have evidence, and one of the priority areas within that individual plan of study would be the development of a quality scope and sequence throughout a system. So you're going to see one of the challenges that we have, not challenge necessarily, but just the things that we're accounting for are those qualitative and quantitative state board outcomes. And so I lead a team that is focused on the state board outcome of social and emotional learning measured locally. And we presented this to the team that I put together of experts, because I'm not one, but I can facilitate the conversation, and ask them, where do you find that within this model, or do you? And they found it everywhere. And we've made adjustments, just like in other stakeholder groups, we've made adjustment to the model based on experts from that perspective. And when we've talked to our early childhood team about where do you see kindergarten readiness, or do you, within this model, and they see it everywhere, because to have an effective preschool, you need to start teaching children the basics of literacy, and you need to know what your standards are, and you need to use data effectively. You need to to practice high-quality instruction. So we see the elements of those state board outcomes throughout this model, and we'll continue talking about that as we progress through. But I want to briefly just go through how we see this being a mechanism for the conversation. So this is the whole. And when I was with a group of superintendents last week, and I put the other version of this on the screen, which isn't as pretty as this one, and I asked them, does this seem simple to you? Because there's a lot of words and there's a lot of things that you have to account for, and unless you work through that kind of one by one, it's very overwhelming. And so as we break it apart and start looking at the parts, we always want to stay attached to those fundamental areas and the implementation of those things. But as school systems start to evaluate what it is that their priority would be based on their needs and their gaps, they have the ability then to start looking at those specific structures and those actions associated with the structure. And so if you're a school system that does not have a process to select materials, core curriculum in your system, and you do that based on maybe the amount of funding that you have available, you may not have a very strong protocol, and you may rely on no resources to decide that we're selecting something that's aligned to standards, then we feel like that would be a very high leverage action or high leverage priority based on the gap within that system. And so we would want to elevate that as a priority because we believe that's a strong starting point if we want our kids to know more and be able to do more related to our standards. If you don't have a process to ensure that the materials that you're choosing are aligned to structured literacy, and therefore maybe you've chosen, maybe in recent years, and I know this has happened, and we're collecting this data now, we'll be able to provide this to you soon, that your materials are grounded in balanced literacy, and we have systems that have done that recently, we would say that would be a priority area for you because you're not aligned to the science of reading, and therefore we would want to evaluate, and we'd want them to evaluate their process to adopt materials that are aligned to the priorities that we have and the standards that we have in Kansas. So that'd be an example of where a system would be able to evaluate their needs and be able to identify that lead indicator, that action that they need to take that's very high leverage for them. And Jay would tell you that we've had tremendous engagement with our regional executives. So I think they've done over 170 check-ins, and we're learning a ton, and they're collecting great information from all of these system check-ins. And he'll tell you there are some that nail this action. They know how to adopt materials. They've got a process in place to do that. Sometimes you'll see this in larger systems where they have curriculum experts, just like we have here. They have those at the local level, and they would say, this is an area that's not a weakness for us. And we would be able to look at that model and identify a starting point for a system that says, we've been allocating resources towards that adoption, we're good there. But other examples, just as we break this apart with, I use the example of the structured professional learning and the alignment of professional development with the materials that you're choosing. And I would say back to our prior conversation, and I talked to a number of trainers who conduct letters training in Kansas. And one consistent response that they give me is that the training itself, if we just focus on the training, that you'll see some impact, but it's really up to the teacher to take that back and implement that and then sustain that over time. And that's back to Dr. Watson's point that's so critical. And I think the connecting point that we have to make here is that what we're talking about when we look at the whole, so when we look at this whole picture and we look at those lead indicators, this is building the system so that when you implement something, whenever you invest in training, all of these structures reinforce the implementation of that training over time. And we can't do anything in isolation. And I think the audience that we're presenting all of this to, I believe that we need to elevate the importance of and the value of a quality district leadership team. and that leadership team has to always see the big picture. None of this can be done in isolation from anything else. The interconnection has to be seen, and that's part of the conversation that we're investing in and the collaboration that we're investing in, back to that culture that we're building so that we can talk about how you build the system to support the implementation so it's not in isolation. But this is the model, this is the lens, this is the mechanism that we believe we can create a conversation with school systems across the state, facilitate a conversation to really see our priorities move forward and action change. And I'm going to let Jay talk to you a little bit about the timeline here over the next several months.
Let me adjust this. So Ben didn't steal my thunder today, but that's impressive that, it's your wife's birthday today. It's also National Name Yourself Day. So if you don't like your name, pick a different one, okay? I've been working on it all day. I can't think of anything because I'm not creative, but it is National Name Yourself Day. So Jim, you named yourself Jim at the early part of this. I want to talk a little bit about what the board can expect moving forward from today, moving forward through July, when that action piece will take place in July. That's what we're thinking right now. But before I get into that, one of the things that Ben mentioned were these check-ins. And this was the first part of the new model of KISA 2.0. And I can tell you that we have learned a lot. I think systems categorically always mention they appreciate us coming to them and spending time in person. I think that conversational side of school improvement is so critical. When you think about our previous model where we had 304 systems and we're trying to support 304 systems and we're really not having that conversation in person, it's more of a passive communication from a report to us. I just think there's a lot of potential in this model to really get to know and get a clear picture of what's actually happening in systems through a conversation, face-to-face communication. So I just wanted to say that on the front end. So it is April. We are sharing the school improvement model. Ben walked the board through that model. It does include the qualitative state board outcomes. We know that's a connection piece that we need to make sure we're clear on, that all the state board outcomes are seen within that school improvement model. We can't go forward with a model that talks about the fundamentals and then the outcomes are over here. The fundamentals are the way to reach the outcomes. We know that they're integrated, so whenever we're talking about it, we need to talk about them as integrated pieces. In May, we'll come back with the accreditation levels defined. So this would be accreditation, what it means to be accredited, what it means to be accredited with conditions. We are looking at changing that terminology from conditionally accredited to accredited with conditions. And then also not accredited. So we would come back to the state board with this. These are our thoughts on defining those three levels of accreditation. We also want to come back and share with you, and this would be the majority of the May meeting, the accreditation determination protocol. What leads to a decision, right, for a system in terms of their accreditation status? Who's involved? What are they looking at? What are the criteria? When does this happen? All those things around the determination process in terms of accreditation. We also want to talk about, we've been meeting and looking at the regs and thinking through, are there changes that we need to make? So we'll bring that to the state board in May. Any potential changes we're thinking around the accreditation regulations. We want to make sure those are tight and ready to go when we start this model next year. In June, excuse me, would be the complete model. So everything from the fundamentals, the structures, the lead indicators, that whole school improvement model that Ben shared, the state board outcomes, the compliance side of accreditation, the regulations, the levels, the accreditation determination protocol, the whole package. And so that will be in June. And then looking at potentially that being a receive item in June and action in July on that framework so that we're ready to go in August as we start the new school year.
There are questions, but we'll hold them to the
Okay.
complete end of the presentation, and then we'll open it for questions.
Okay, I'll turn it back over to Ben.
Okay, thanks, Jay. So part of what we're processing through is the conversation, and again, back to this idea of a leadership team. So being at one of the service centers last week, I just posed the question, do you feel like you have, and this would be a group of superintendents, do you feel like you have a quality district leadership team that talks about instruction in your system? And there were some that just shot their hand up right away and pretty excited about it, and others not so much. And so we do believe building capacity for that type of audience is really critical. And so what this is how we would engage with the school system at the local level, how we would engage in this idea of a school improvement day with like systems, and then what the takeaway would be from that school improvement collaboration day. And again, this is built on a lot of feedback, a lot of the ideas that we've been processing through for a long time. And so in that far left box, that's where it's titled District Leadership Team. And so we would want to be able to present to that district leadership team everything they need to know about this accreditation framework or the process that they will go through. And so they'll spend time looking at the reflective questions that our team has developed and allows the school system to start to identify where might our priorities be based on the needs that we have, the gaps that we have, again, with that school improvement model as the lens to identify those areas of deficiency. And that's where you'll be able to look at what is our resource allocation towards the implementation of aligned materials as a starting point to align to standards in Kansas. And if I feel like that's really strong, then you may look at another lead indicator, but we would identify many saying that that's an area of concern for us as a starting point. And I'm going to just kind of, on a side here, something I think that the board could think about when we think about some of those really foundational areas. So if it's true, and we could present some research on the fact that materials matter, okay? So if we're wanting to teach children to read, and this is something that I didn't know very much about through a huge portion of my career in education, even as a district leader who was making important decisions about how we were going to allocate resources. Now, I remember I was fortunate to be able to work with somebody who did have that expertise, and she was constantly telling me how much materials matter and how we're growingly out of alignment in our district. And I could think about the existing budget and how it was very difficult to make adjustments within that budget. And I think since I've been here, I'm recognizing the fault that I had because we didn't prioritize that like we needed to when we needed to. Because this is another area, when you look at those highly aligned materials that do bring a quality element, and Michelle, we're going to get you some good information on that as we go through this, but it takes time. You have to commit the time and the intensity of training that allows you to implement those materials in a really quality way. And that means there's not a lot of other things that you can do. You have to prioritize that action. And it takes several years to do that really well. So even though these actions, these lead indicators might seem fairly simple, they're not easy to implement. And so we want to walk systems through that assessment, that ability to identify where are our priorities. And then when we come together on those school improvement days, they're going to be with like systems, neighboring systems, where we can facilitate this conversation about what their needs are based on data and based on those reflective questions, and then this ability to identify the action that system is going to take, and then this really important component about how you move that action plan, that direction to the school community to say, this is our priority in our school system, to identify what that need is and say, this is the action that we're going to take based on the priorities that the state board has given us, and engage the board and engage the educators within that system to finalize that action plan. And we feel like those things need to happen in pretty close proximity to one another. So we wouldn't want a system to have that initial district leadership team conversation at the local level in April of '24 and then not have their school improvement day until December. We want those things to be pretty close proximity, so we've kind of put that 60-day window as the cadence of when those conversations could occur. But this is how our team believes we can facilitate that conversation. And I want to highlight that middle box just very quickly, because this is where a team of facilitators that we train would help engage those like systems in this collaboration. And I don't think it can be stated enough the potential value in systems talking about this work together. Because we see, I would imagine of the 304 or so school systems we're talking to, there's probably about 304 unique starting points in a lot of ways. And none of these things that we're asking people to do are foreign. Everybody is doing all of these things to some degree. And so talking about ideas and sharing those ideas and facilitating that type of conversation around these very high leverage priorities, we believe brings lots of value in and of itself. And we're excited to not only facilitate the conversation, but learn from those conversations so we can start talking about those great ideas and great ways that people are implementing these things. But this is the facilitated part of that conversation that we place a lot of value in. And as part of the process that we're sharing, we're setting up some preliminary, some early on informational sessions this spring so that we can start walking school people through, whoever wants to show up to these meetings, we can walk them through the school improvement model, answer questions based on everything that we know right now, and really set the stage for what's to come in 24-25. And so these are service centers that we've scheduled over the next several weeks, where we're inviting anybody and everybody who wants to hear everything they need to know about KISA 2.0 at this time, and probably much more. Jay and I will be leading those conversations, and we're advertising those now. So we would love to have people come out. And I believe Jay, you'll have to remind me on the AM time.
9:30.
Okay, we're going 9:30 to 11:30, and then 12:30 to 2:30. So two sessions, two separate sessions. Anybody could attend one. We did make an adjustment in Clearwater because apparently we wouldn't get there in time from Hutchinson to Clearwater, because we do have an AM and PM on that day. So just wrapping up, these are just my little statements here as I think about just where we are. I call it the straightest line because I think what we have created, and I'm just extremely excited about what the team has developed here and what we can do with it and the utility behind it. But I see such a straight line when I think about the why, going back to the student and wanting our kids to know more and be able to do more, and this school improvement model that ultimately is positioning us to see the results that we're seeking. So when we go back to our correlation data and we look at students who perform on that state assessment level 1, we identified right away that those students have limited opportunity. And so we believe through the implementation of fundamentals and the evaluation of structures within a system that we can teach our students more, they can learn more, and they can know more and be able to do more. We see a straight line there between the why and the outcome. And this model allows for that conversation to occur. We know that we have to keep it simple. We're reminded that every exchange we have with system leaders especially, that we have to keep it simple. And that's where we have a whole approach. And I think leaders have to see the whole picture, but we have to break it apart so that we can identify the action that's specific to that system. And that's where we can be pretty simple. You can focus on that area, and I believe that for the board to consider accountability, I believe that the highest degree of accountability has to lie in that action that system commits to. And if they're always keeping their eye on the big picture, then they know what's next. So you can't tackle everything at once, but you know that everything is interconnected. And I think that's that idea that nothing can operate in isolation. We had a call on Friday, and I know we're behind, Vice Chair. I'll hurry here, but we had a call last Friday and with the superintendent who's been around for a long time, and he said, I just worry that somebody's going to say, well, we're focused on this one area and forget all the rest. And I think that's where the model allows us to ensure that the connections are there. And I think that's where leadership matters. And the part that on consistency that I'm extremely excited about and very optimistic about is that any entity that is supporting what schools are doing across Kansas can be a part of the support that we can provide to do these things very well. Leadership matters. Leadership is going to be critical, and that's why we need to ensure that our associations understand what we're doing and that they support what we're doing. And every service center, there's so much loyalty to our service centers, so ensuring that they understand the model and that they support what we're doing and that we're all on the same page. That's the point of coherence, that's the point of the work that we've done, and that's the point of the model. And so that's where we're at right now. You've seen the school improvement model. I'll certainly share that with you. I know it's small on the screen, but it's the mechanism that we feel like we can move the work forward.
Yeah, Deborah, did you send that to all of us? Okay, everybody should have that information. No, we got it. Betty.
Thank you, Jim. And thank you for the presentation. Now, I do have a couple of comments I want to make, but to give you a sense of alignment or comparison, or where I'm going with this, I'm going to start out with, we used the word model. We talked about model. And I thought about the auto industry, which leads the way with models. You can tell the difference in a 1920 Ford compared to a 2024 Ford. That distinction we don't make with education. And when I say we, I'm not necessarily talking about the educators. That distinction of models doesn't follow. Now, when you talk to the board and leaders, yeah, they're on board with what you're saying. But what concerns me gravely is when we look at that distinction, community members, that's families, don't get the distinction between the models. And why is that a problem? If you have a family, and this is true, you might doubt it, there are families that still feel what a kindergarten child should know is their name, how to tie their shoes, and some colors. And we can dismiss that and say, oh no, that's not true. But if you're out there in the real world, there are segments that still operate under that old model. I'm bringing this up because as far as a support, this is something I see where our family engagement could be a little more involved with getting them on board with what is the 2024 model. What does it look like? I have a great grandson that got his picture on my phone. He's singing, I believe I can fly. And there are families that still don't think their kids should know in kindergarten math or how to read or technology. And until we can get everyone on board with the model, then it's not going to be effective until families can understand what it is your pre-kindergartner should know. And it's not just about colors anymore or being able to sing the alphabet. And I would love for us to incorporate into this wonderful model ways of how we effectively get across to important stakeholders that list of what they had to know then is not that list that's effective now. And I think when we start to tackle that area, we can get more people speaking and understanding the same kind of jargon. Because right now, there's a lot of different jargon going on. And as I said, there are people who will look at you and say, what do you mean they're supposed to be able to read? They don't start to read till their third grade. And that disconnect of communication is so important and vital. So if you could look at ways, like I said, of incorporating that, like the auto industry, that model has changed. It would be great. Thank you.
Ann.
Can I respond to that just real quick? Or,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just want to say, so everything that you're describing is how I would interpret what's in our family, community, and business partnership, like lead indicator. And it would be moving from what I think is often the case. We're sharing data, performance data, oftentimes, especially at those early grade levels. A lot of that's around our screening data. And I think the gap that we're trying to fill with this particular model as part of the balanced assessment system is providing better data on student performance against standards. So that goes back to that idea of what do they need to know and be able to do. And then parents are actually not only identifying that standard, but how their students are doing against that standard.
And yeah, we are on target somewhat, but I'm saying that data for a lot of parents, they're not really, it's like assessment. Well, that just means you're not doing your job. What I'm saying is looking at perhaps more effective ways that we might be able to do what you're saying. So that's more my caveat. Look at other ways of sharing that this is where we are now. And when you look at how many parents, how many grandparents are now functioning as parents, what their belief system was, and this is so true in terms of what a kid should know to be on target, is different. So just enhance that a bit is what I'm suggesting.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got a couple questions. I'll try to be quick, but okay, I'm a visual person, so I appreciate the chart. I'm trying to figure out when we say review data, what data we're talking about. I'm hoping it's this, because this is a lot of data to put together, but is the way it flows is like I've got structured literacy is one of the fundamentals, and I have to answer about how I'm doing in all those measures in structured literacy, and then all those measures in standards, and all those measures. No? Then how does this flow from 4 fundamentals to get over to the measures?
So the way we would make that flow, so those lead indicators, those actions, again, looking at the whole picture. So in isolation or one particular action, we believe is substantial and often does interconnect with the fundamentals, with multiple fundamentals.
What is it? I don't understand what you just said.
Okay. So if I'm going to use the example of if we're allocating resources towards the selection and implementation of high quality instructional materials, and we're going to focus on, let's say, early grade English language arts. So that the identification of that action, taking that action would mean that you're onboarding new materials in your school, right? Am I clear so far?
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out how that lines up with structured literacy.
Okay, so the first thing that you would want to do is identify materials that are aligned to structured literacy that reflect the science of reading. So that's the alignment to structured literacy. There's literacy standards. So not only are your practices aligning to structured literacy because of your materials, but you're also aligning to the standards that we've adopted in Kansas around early literacy. So through the selection of these materials and implementation of these materials, you've identified 2 of those fundamental areas that you're addressing. If you're implementing those materials in the classroom, then professional learning should support the implementation of that. So you're leveraging the professional development time that you have in your school system and the collaboration time that your teachers are interacting with one another to ensure quality implementation of those materials. And part of that quality implementation is ensure that you're assessing student performance against the standards that you've aligned to. So now you've incorporated balanced assessment through the implementation of quality materials, through all those structural elements within your system, and everything is always going to go back to the quality of implementation, the culture that you have in that classroom. And we identify quality instruction in part as ensuring that students have access to grade level materials and standards.
Well,
So through the action of the implementation of quality instructional materials, your structures that you have in your system should address every one of those fundamental elements.
well, I'm trying to picture myself as a superintendent, looking at this chart, trying to figure out what the heck am I supposed to report? I mean, is there going to be a form with all these measure questions on there and they will respond to that like they do today?
So what we want so if I'm a superintendent and I'm shown this, it's not going to mean a whole lot to me. I'm going to understand the words, and I'm going to probably understand some meaning behind it. And I think as we've done that initially, I think Jay can speak to this too. He actually had an exchange just this morning on this very thing with the group, probably superintendents and curriculum leaders. I believe that we're speaking the language of our school systems. So I think that's really important to acknowledge. What we would ask school systems to do through this conversation, so that's the importance of the conversation. So giving somebody a document and saying, conduct a needs assessment on this document, we don't feel like is sufficient if we're going to do this type of work. And I did that process as a superintendent during KISA 1.0, where we sat for days with our district leadership team and went through the R rubrics. And we identified that we wanted to do relationships and rigor. And so we set goals related to relationships and rigor, but I don't think I could draw the straight line between the goals that we set and the outcomes that we were measuring. And we want to draw that straight line here. So a system, what they will do through this conversation ultimately is identify in that category of lead indicator the action that they want to take to fill the most significant gap or most significant need within that system as they evaluate the implementation of those fundamentals.
How do you define system?
The school system.
The district?
The school district, but we call them systems because...
Well, okay, so day of, we're all there in the room, all the peers are there, and it says review data. What data are they reviewing?
Well, we're going to be presenting that to you. So that's part of the sequencing that Jay talked about. So part of our priority projects as we lined out and organized this work, one of those is to bring the data points that we would like to elevate through this conversation.
Okay. Well, it seems to me none of that's connected to what's on this chart, but maybe we can sit down and slug through that like we've done before. Could I have one more question? Thank you. The independent schools are very much concerned about lumping like everything in a diocese together in as one district, like the Lutheran schools in particular, because there are just a few of them and they're spread out across the state. Have we found a way to work with them to alleviate their concerns?
I know we're having conversations. I'll turn it over to Jay.
Yeah, we've been in contact with both the Lutheran schools and the Kansas City Archdiocese. Those are the two that have talked through that model. And when it gets down to it, the model that we're proposing, it's just really hard to imagine a school building going through this model. And so when we're talking about it's a system level accreditation, and in the regs it says an organized group of schools. One building is not an organized group of schools. So what we're saying is to move through this model, that it's really going to take a system approach.
So you're saying they're not welcome anymore or they don't fit anymore? I mean, you can't take 3 Lutheran schools spread out across the state and call them a system. They operate differently. They don't look alike. They're not a system. They're not a district, if you will.
Yeah, no, we're not saying that at all. I mean, it's their choice to join us in KISA, so private systems have that choice. We have yet to sit down with them and talk through what that could look like.
Okay.
We've had preliminary conversations. We know that there are some unique aspects to how they do school, and that it doesn't cleanly fit into maybe like what a public system would work. So we need to sit down with them and have a deeper conversation around that, what it could look like.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I would encourage us to be flexible when it comes to those, if we can, you know, as much as possible. Kathy?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Guys, on the check-ins, are we done with that yet, or is that still ongoing?
So somebody thought it was a good idea to do 304 in 5 months. And so we're over halfway done. Yeah.
I've definitely heard some positive things.
Good.
From their interactions. So we have all three regional executives in place and we're solid on that.
Yes, the central right now is a part-time position. We're advertising for a central executive. So we're moving through that process. But we do have somebody part-time in that role.
Okay. And I'm going to argue with you a little bit to Ann's point about the independence, because we have very small districts out there that are working and in one building. So Roselle, I'm pretty sure, is one of them. Like, we have small districts that are functioning out of a building. So I argue with you a little bit on that level, because that's who they are. So I'm not sure.
Okay, I'd have to talk more through that, as I always think of Pawnee Heights, but as a system.
Well,
But-
Roselle School District, I mean, they're K-12, but they are in one building.
No, that's,
So we're not talking.
yeah,
apples
I
and
understand what
apples.
you're saying.
Okay.
Yep, that's good.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Betty covered some of the key points that I was going to bring up. So quickly, I will just say, I want to start with the more time I get to spend with students and having real conversations with students, the more they surprise me with their insights. And we've been hearing the last couple of years about a need for parent involvement and specifically parent engagement, which is different than involvement. And so my question for you is on the slide that's got the 3 blue boxes with the 60-day arrows between them. Why engage stakeholders last? I feel like they should be first. You've got opportunity with site councils, with parents, and I don't see students mentioned specifically. So maybe you don't have to answer it right now. I know you're short on time, but that's something I want to hear more on.
Well, I think that, when we're talking with these school improvement talks, starting with the district leadership team so they can feel organized when they do go out and have those broader conversations. So just because they're presented last doesn't mean all along the way that they wouldn't be engaging. I think one of the questions that we talk to our systems about in the KISA check-ins is, how are you engaging your stakeholders? And by and large, we're always kind of surprised at the depth to where they go into talking with students, talking with their families. So this is having that same type of conversation, but at a deeper level around, these are the actions that we're thinking about prioritizing. What do you think we should be looking at in terms of these action steps that we want to take moving forward to improve the student experience? So I don't know if that really answers what you were asking, and we can talk further about it. But we look at this as a continuum along the way of needs assessment conversations around these steps to take to improve outcomes for students. I don't know if you have anything.
Thank you.
And I agree with Melanie that sometimes students are smarter and more insightful than we are, so I would encourage them to be part of that process. Thank you. I see no other questions. According to my watch, it is 4:38. We are going to reconvene at 4:48. We're on break. In order, Professional Practices Commission. Jen and Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Assuming there are no questions on any of the cases, if there are, Dr. Holt is excited to answer any questions you may have.
Well, it'd be a shame not to ask questions then. Are there questions? Everything was in the packet. Are there questions?
Yes. I'll just say it, yes. Yeah, specifically, you're looking at agenda item 16A, and this was the first group of three, 1, 2, 3, yep, my counting is right, for revocations or denials.
So if someone wants to make the motion. Okay, a motion would be in order for 16A. Dina?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education deny or revoke the licenses in cases 23 PPC-40, 23 PPC-47, and 24 PPC-0.
Is there a second? Kathy seconds the motion. Any further discussion? Not all in favor, please raise your hand. Motion carries unanimously. Motion would be in order for 16B. Somebody speak up, we're overtime. Go ahead.
I do have a quick question.
Okay.
On PPC 03, I guess I just caught my attention where this person was working as a substitute teacher without any license. Is that just not a problem, or at least not a problem within here? Or I guess I was just surprised to see that.
It happens a lot. Yes, there are teachers in Kansas that are teaching, whether they had her hired as a para or whether they had her as a substitute, I don't know. The letters of reference did refer to her as being a substitute teacher. And she did verify in her testimony she's never had a license.
Okay, thank you for.
A motion is still in order.
You want me to do that one too?
I want somebody to do it.
Okay. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education adopt the findings of fact and conclusions of law of the Professional Practices Commission and follow all recommendations in the issuance of the licenses in cases 24 PPC-02, 24 PPC-03, and 24 PPC-04.
Is there a second? Betty seconds the motion. Any further discussion? Not all in favor, please raise your hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Holt.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Frank?
All right, as you may be aware, the legislature has been in session for the last few months until Friday, and then, well, actually Saturday morning, and then they went through first adjournment. So if I find this. Officially they had first adjournment, I think it was about 2:30 a.m. Saturday. So they won't be back until April 25th for the veto session. So they have a couple of bills I'll talk about that they did not take action on, which are awaiting action when they come back. And then they will also be able to take action on anything that gets vetoed by the governor in the meantime. So I'm going to start with the bills that I started with in February, about bills I thought you might be interested in. The first one, 2612, was the one about compliance with all laws, about you couldn't be accredited. That bill died in committee. It had a hearing and never progressed. 407 and 2521, Shane just talked about that quite a bit with ABCTE. It passed the House, was never considered on the Senate floor. We believe because the person that brought it forward asked to have it not voted on. So that had to do with what you've already heard about today. 2669, which actually moves the mental health intervention teams from KSDE to KDADS. That bill did not pass, but it's included in a budget proviso that mental health intervention teams will move. They were looking at having more money with them, but they will be moving to KDADS next year, as long as the budgets get signed by the governor and not any part of them vetoed. And then the last one, 501 and 2751, this is actually now Senate Bill 96, and that's transferring, for us, what it would be is parents as teachers would move to the Office of Early Childhood. That still has not, it's been passed by the House, still awaiting a vote by the Senate. We think it's going to pass, but we're not really sure. So, and again, that would move parents as teachers to a different office. It really boiled down to 4 bills that we were interested in when it came to the end of the session. The first one is Senate Bill 19. The first part of that was House Bill 2567, which is the Emerge program. That is actually a master's degree program for National Guard members, which wasn't as interesting to us. The other one is 2494, which is a bill that passed the House, but it did not get out of the Senate Education Committee, so it was considered dead. But then it got brought back up because it was conferenceable into Senate Bill 19. So what happened with it there is that KDHE will be required to develop model emergency cardiac plans for schools, and school districts will be required to adopt a model cardiac or emergency cardiac plan. There's a list of people they have to disseminate it to. None of it comes to the State Board of Education or the State Department of Education. It all goes to KDHE. They have to give it to staff, and they also have to give it to first responders. The requirements about where AEDs had to be, all that was stripped out. All it is they have to adopt a plan, and then the idea is that we'll see where the plans get to and what the need for funding is. I'll get to another part about where there could be some funding going forward, but all of it goes through KDHE and not through us, but it will impact school districts. Okay. So the next one is Senate Bill 73. This was originally Senate Bill 386. And what this does is starting next year, school districts will move from using prior year or second preceding year for enrollment counts back to current year or prior year, which is what we did before 2017. For next year only, school districts will be able to use current year, prior year, or an average of prior and second preceding year. The reason for that is that districts that are consistently declining, when you shifted to a year back forward, they were going to lose 1 year of decline and would have gotten hit with 2 years of decline in one. What this does is basically splits that in half. So you get an average 1 year, so you get a year and a half of decline and then the other year and a half before. That was actually a compromise that was added in the Senate floor or on the Senate floor, and then the conference committee adopted that. And then it has passed both chambers, just waiting for the governor's signature. The next one is Senate Bill 438, and you'll notice most of this is about scholarships. Most of this is higher ed. I will mention one of the bills, 544, that used to be the Ethnic Minority Scholarship, is becoming the Kansas Academic Excellence Scholarship. And the qualifications for that are first-generation college students or a parent who is a teacher or a paraeducator in grades pre-K through 12. So again, it's only $300,000 statewide, so there will be a lot of people eligible for it. But now one of the qualifiers is being the child of a teacher or a paraeducator. The next part that actually is important to us, the blueprint for literacy, which you've heard a lot of talk about. One of the important things is that during a couple of amendments and then a conference committee, all the references to anything where KBOR would tell the state board or school districts what to do got taken out of it. At this point, what there still is in there is that the State Board of Education and the Kansas Board of Regents will agree on micro-credentials for literacy. So I think Dr. Watson talked a little bit about this. So these would be those classes or trainings that we would say meet the requirements that you would have around saying that a teacher is proficient in the science of reading. So part of this bill includes, I think Dr. Watson talked about this before, funding for tuition and a stipend for teachers to take college credit courses. The courses are supposed to be 400 or 500 level courses, which in most districts would also help them move on the salary schedule as well. And that was part of the plan for it. So teachers wouldn't have to pay for it, and there's a $500 stipend at the first part of this. Those courses have not yet been developed. They're supposed to be developed and ready for next year, but that hasn't happened yet. Then the last part of this is 2731. What this requires the State Board of Education to do is that when we make reports to the legislature, we already make a report to the legislature that includes the percentages of students in each of the performance categories on the state assessments. Now we will have to include the number of students as well as the percentage when we provide that information. And then we will also have to provide, I think what we've been calling the correlation report, which is how students how their performance levels in the 10th grade assessment, how those correlated to post-secondary success. So that will be another, Dr. Watson just presented it when they asked, but now it will be law that we present it. Yeah. And then House sub for Senate Bill 387 is where most of the things were. There were actually 9 different bills in here. I'm going to go through the things that were changes in conference, but I'll also be happy to answer any questions about anything that happened along the way. So the most important part of this, and I think the thing that most of the education community had concerns about, is that during conference committee, they removed counting the LOB as any part of state special education aid. So districts will still be required to transfer special LOB that is attributable to special education state aid being part of that. So there will be a mandatory transfer, but it won't be counted as state aid. That's important because in counting it as state aid would have reduced the state's special education, obligation without putting any more money into it. So that was an important part of it. Just for your reference, districts are already required to make transfers for bilingual and at risk from LOB to those funds based on those funds going into the general fund before. So in this case, special education will be treated just like bilingual and at risk in that regard. They also reduced the increase to special education from $77.5 million to $67.5 million. Some of this was around that there was already a $7.5 million appropriation that now they decided to count into the $75 million. So now in the end, as opposed to getting to $82 million, it'll get to $75 million. So this bill would add $75 million of new funding to special education state aid. We will still have to do a district level excess cost calculation and reporting. And we all believe that it retained that the Kansas State Board of Education would have to develop a method to distribute the $75 million. In a conversation with the legislature today, that may not be the case. We haven't seen the conference committee report yet because it wasn't read into the legislature, so it has not been published. So this is something we are continuing to look at. Our position has been it's not the state board's responsibility to develop a funding mechanism. So hopefully that did get taken care of, and we'll kind of go from there. The next part was about at risk. So they did fix, one of the things that was in there is so they fixed the list. So the state board will still approve a list, but it's no longer 5 years of peer-reviewed evidence. It's what the state board believes should be on the list. And it does have to have evidence to be on the list. They also put in the provisional part where a district can actually, if a district believes a program will have a positive impact. They can apply for a provisional. In the language that came out of the amendment, you had to have that peer reviewed annually, which we finally convinced them that that's not what you wanted. You actually just made the provisional thing harder than being on the list. So that has been fixed. Now the provisional only has to be reviewed annually. They just took out peer. They added an appeal process for items removed from the at-risk services and programs. Legislators heard from school districts that they had things that were on the old list that they think were making a difference that aren't making it onto the new list. We had been telling districts, well, you can just apply for a provisional and keep going. They've added an appeal process. This will be an important one to read when it gets done, because I think it says that in the appeal, you have to show that that the program or service was directly related to improvement, which in education is really hard to do because of everything else that's there. So we'll see how the appeal process works out. From a district perspective, if the appeal process doesn't work, the provisional will. So for districts, it'll work smoothly. They delayed the at-risk reporting and accountability provisions for 2 years. So this was the part about that districts have to submit a plan and have the cohorts, the 2 cohorts that over time could end up with a financial penalty. So that has been delayed for 2 years. The language is still the same, but the State Board of Education will be required to do a 2-year pilot with 10 districts. So the good news is, when we were trying to get districts to volunteer, although they will be putting together cohorts, there is no public reporting. The only reporting will come to the state board and to the legislature. The idea is that next year would be about the process. How do we put things together? And then they would implement the following year, which would be 25, 26. And then they could start everything over again in 26, 27. So if they put together cohorts for 25, 26 and figure out, yeah, this wasn't good, they can start all of that over, and the penalty phase wouldn't begin for anybody until 26, 27. Then the next one that changed was 2489. This is the legislature's first right of refusal when districts dispose of property. So a couple of things that they did change in the First Amendment is that it only applies to attendance centers. So if districts buy land, they can, and don't build anything on it, nobody ever attends there, or it's a bus barn or anything like that, they don't have to get permission from the legislature. And the Legislative Coordinating Council, if a district does something over the summer, the Legislative Coordinating Council can waive the legislature's right to first refusal. At one time, they had a provision in there that would exempt any property or any building that did not receive capital improvement state aid, which is bond and interest state aid. What they kind of finally figured out is that even though there aren't any buildings that had been built or renovated after 1999, so it wasn't going to do anything for a while, at some point you would actually be taking the poorer districts and making them jump through a hoop that the districts with higher valuation didn't have to do. They thought that could be considered just equalizing, so they took that part out in conference committee. The other things that happened in conference committee had to do with the budget. The first part has to do with the children's cabinet. They just moved that from state general fund to key funds, which is the alcohol and tobacco settlement funds. They removed the $1.9 million enhancement. So originally they were going to increase professional development state aid by $1.9 million, and it was going to be tied to the science of reading and math training. They've taken out the additional $1.9 million. We don't know if they took out the language or not, or if the language now applies to what we already had about going with science of reading or math. We'll need to get that one straightened out. The other one is that they were going to add $1 million to mentor teachers. Just as a reminder, new teachers can have a mentor for 3 years. The state ideally pays $1,000 a year for the mentors. Last year, we were able to pay $1,000 for the first year mentors and $1,000 for the second year mentors, but the third year mentors, it got prorated. I think it's $325. The $1 million would have funded all of that, but then they took that $1 million back out. And this was actually not done in conference committee, but I want to make sure you're aware of it. The $5 million in Safe and Secure Schools grant funding now has a restricted, so you can use it to buy AEDs, and you can buy it to use cameras that are compatible with an AI gun detection software. So originally that was Zero Eyes. They took the brand name out and probably wrote the specifications so that only Zero Eyes can meet the requirements. And then they reinstated it as a dollar for dollar match. It was going to be for the zero, when it was just for Zero Eyes, there wasn't a match by the district. So we'll see. But that's the only three things that districts can spend the $5 million in Safe and Secure Schools grants funds for. Then there were these other four bills that were in the in SB 387. First one is a virtual student participation. So just as a reminder, this allows virtual school students to participate at their district of residence without enrolling in that district at all. It also changes the way we fund virtual school students. Currently, for this year, if you have a part-time virtual school student, you take their FTE, so that what percentage they are, times $2,800, whereas a full-time student is $5,600. This will actually go back to what we used to do, which is you just take the percentage of time that they are a student times $5,600. So it goes back to how we used to do it. Open enrollment, there are several changes to open enrollment. The biggest one, I think, is they did clarify that basically any student that is attending a district this year, whether they were an in-district student or an out-of-district student that was already there, or an in-district student that moves out, can stay in the same district without going through the lottery. So the idea is that helps that student's, you don't have to, they don't potentially move when they don't need to. They also made it so that currently every district has to define what a student in good standing is, because once you accept a student with open enrollment, they can stay until they graduate unless they become a student not in good standing. Now that you can apply the not in good standing rule to a student before they enroll, if you can get that information. They changed some things with the dates. Actually, now for this won't apply until next year. The application dates will start in January. The idea is if districts are taking applications sooner, and you see that you have a lot of people that want to come, you could actually hire teachers to increase your capacity. Because remember, capacity can be based on a couple of things. One is, do you have enough classroom space? But the other situation, especially for districts that have declined, you may have empty classrooms that if you had students, you'd hire a teacher for. So in this situation, it just starts the process. It doesn't make it in any faster, but it just, you take applications sooner. So the other thing about this is that, so this got done at about 12:30 Friday night. The revisers didn't have time to write it up, so it was not read into the House or the Senate. So neither the House nor the Senate have voted on this yet. The expectation is that they will vote on it when they get back on the 25th. Downside to that is that if it were to be vetoed, they would probably have to have a special session to take care of that. So see how that goes. And that's all I have. Things got simpler after a lot of those other bills kind of fell away.
Oh, okay. And
Frank, and I love the way when you're going through all this, you kind of have a smile on your face after all, and really, you guys really got to hand it to the staff. They did yeoman's work.
Did a good job.
Being there, answering the questions. When they got in trouble was when they wouldn't ask Frank to come up and explain stuff, and at the end, they had him coming up a lot, which really smoothed the path for cleaning up some of this stuff they'd have to clean up next year if they didn't fix it now. So kudos to you and the staff. But looking at what they finally came up with on 387, do you see anything in there that we couldn't live with or would have to say we're just not going to do it?
So the part that is actually still in there is it says that the State Board of Education cannot change, because it cannot substantially change ELA or math standards.
Right.
This is actually something that late on Friday night I heard a lot about. Is I told them that because it says substantially changes that you change the standards so much that you have to have a new test, and I kind of reminded them again that, well, we already have a new test coming next year. So that was
On ELA or math or both you're talking about?
I think it's ELA. And so part of that is that it's actually, that's a change for the standards that you adopted before. So the standard changes were already made. This says standards that were there as of April or July 1 of 2024. So they're already there. So that was already in the process. Their concern is how do we, what the legislature really doesn't want to do is go back to where we were in 2014, where the 2013 test was not comparable to the 2015 test. They want to be able to have comparability, which is something that the staff is working on in that regard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Looking at the last bullet of the first half of that, if we are supposed to distribute the special education funds, we have made it a point over the years to say, you stay in your lane and we stay in ours, and that's not our lane. What concerns me is that if we do something that is considered by somebody to be inequitable, then it's us, not the legislature, that gets sued. So if in fact we're supposed to do that, I would like to say no. So, I have expressed that position as Dr. Watson, that's not our role. If that becomes the law, what the state board will be faced with is, if you don't do that, then there's going to be $75 million appropriated for special education that can't get distributed to schools. So that's the dilemma that you would be faced with if that's how the law ends up. We're still working on, basically the idea is that if we help them come up with what it is, but they can put it in a proviso of how to do that, and then it's them doing it instead of us. But I'm not arguing with it, I'm just telling you what, that would be the dilemma you would face, is that if they're saying that the state board has to come up with a way to distribute it, then there's no way to distribute it, and so the $75 million increase So
doesn't
we
go.
would have to, under that circumstances, we would have to do something, because we can't deprive $75 million special education funds.
But I think you could say at the same time, we don't think this,
Yeah.
as
I
often
think
as we ask you to stay out of our lane, we really don't want to be in your lane.
Yeah.
But because this is what you set up, we're gonna,
We'll do this for 1 year,
Yeah.
fix it, something like that. Kathy, is this a good one?
I just want to fully clarify, because what you have on print is a little different than what you're saying. So there is $75 million in new
money,
special education monies.
Yeah, so, and so what that is that, so there's $7.5 million that was already appropriated for next year. So they lowered their increase so that the 7.5 and the increase added up to $75 million. Before, what they had done is that they were adding 77.5, and then there was the 7.5 on top of that. So we're really getting close. So it's less than it was in the original bill, but it is a increase at the end of the day of $75 million.
Well, thank you. Before we start next year, I want us to have a discussion. Whenever people come to here and make presentations to us, there are regularly times somebody says something that some of us disagree with. But we treat them respectfully. We do not bash them. That does not necessarily happen to the people that work for us when they're across the street. And quite frankly, I'd like to make an issue of that. I think that the people that represent us across the street or anywhere else deserve respect and should be not necessarily agreement, but at least deserve respect. And based on personal observation, that does not always happen. And I think that we are responsible for the people that work for us, and I think we should at least have a discussion at some point, not right now, about that, about how we can react to that. Ann?
Yeah, on the floor, they were debating a bill, and somebody came to the well and asked the chair of K-12, is the State Board of Education one of the three branches of government? And she said, no, they are not one of the equal branches of government, implying they don't have to listen to us. So I sent her and the other chair a note reminding them that they were right. We are not an equal branch of government. In fact, the courts and the Constitution have given us more authority than the legislature in policy and operations. So sometimes they forget it.
Well, I may be myself on this, but I'm going to keep bringing it up. So. A motion would be in order to approve the consent agenda minus item D. Betty, Ann, Jim. Discussion? All in favor? Raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Discussion, is that what you're here for? That's what I'm here for. Oh, have at it.
I just had a quick question, because in the verbiage that I was reading, it talked about having to measure the effectiveness of the programs that the grants are flowing to. So I'm just wondering, how do we do that, and how is that reporting being dealt with?
Right, so the statute, the ESEA statute includes a number of specific elements that have to be done, including evaluating the program. So it's not evaluating the kids, this is evaluating the programs, right? And that's actually what the money goes towards and what the RFP goes towards is identifying the vendor who will be able to provide meaningful metrics. And they all tie back to, and I should say to Chris Macy, who is the one, our program consultant who directly administers the program. She's actually out in districts today, so that's why I'm here in her stead. But the evaluation of the program ties back to the specific outcomes that 21st Century is looking for. So it's supporting that opportunities for after hours or after school learning and enhancement and enrichment for students. It's looking at those meaningful engagement with partnerships, because 21st Century is a little unusual than a lot of our federal grants in that it's not just for public schools, it's for non-public partners, private partners, et cetera. So it looks at the entirety of the implementation of the programs at all of the different centers throughout the state. But the specific metrics, I don't have those specifically in front of me, but they all tie back to the outcomes of the grant.
Of the grant?
Yeah.
Kathy, I'd be happy to put those in the Friday notes.
Yes.
We could pull those directly
Absolutely.
from the law.
Absolutely.
Ann?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Dean, thank you for that. I think some of these, I asked a question earlier, I think there are 94 of these centers around the state. And I think here in Topeka, like Boys and Girls Club does it, they're really good things. But my question has to do with, they have to be evaluated. So if we would vote no on this and turn it down, would we be on the hook for the money to evaluate it? It'd still have to be done, right?
Correct. It would still have to be done, and the money that is earmarked in here is out of the portion of the federal funds that's already earmarked precisely for these pieces. And just to clarify too, in case it's not clear, it's $150,000 for the entirety of the 3 years. So it breaks out to about $50,000 per year, which is less than 0.5% of the overall award.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Dennis?
Well, I'm wondering how, when the money is actually given to this private partner, whatever, that, we have Boys and Girls Club in Hutchinson. So they get money, we okay this grant, they get money, and then it's totally up to them how they spend it.
This is a competitive grant, so before they get the funds, it is highly competitive. Not everyone gets a grant. So each year, it's opened up to the entire state, and each program will write for specifically what they will do. So for instance, like a Boys and Girls Club, it's not like the Boys and Girls Club here in Topeka or in Hutchinson. it's not just a block grant that they would receive, but rather they will propose to implement a specific program in a specific building or group of buildings, where they will detail exactly what they're going to provide in terms of the staffing for it, what the objectives are, what those kids are going to have an opportunity to experience and learn. All of that gets detailed, and it's then reviewed by evaluators that are independent of even KSDE. They include KSDE, but are through part of our separate evaluation piece of all of this. So it's all using a rubric. And then we tightly oversee that it's implemented according to what they told the state board that they are going to implement.
Well, I'm just concerned that what actually happens at those centers, I mean, that we don't get, that we're not responsible for what happens there. I mean, there was an event in Hutchinson a year ago that really upset a lot of local people. And parents found out about it afterward. And I'm not against supporting those institutions, but I mean, if we are gonna okay something that the money, once it gets distributed, that no one's paying attention.
This is different money. This is not the money going for the programs. That's already done. This is to evaluate the programs. This money isn't going to Hutch that we're
Dennis,
talking about today.
Maybe I can help a little bit on it. So, yes, this vote is to evaluate the program. The program itself, that, as Dean articulated, competitive grant, they have to spell out. So I'll give you an example. Boys and Girls Club might say, we're going to conduct in Hutchinson at 3 elementary schools an after-school program to work on homework that kids haven't completed during the day between the hours of 3:30 and 5 o'clock. I'm making this up, but that grant is then looked at by independent reviewers and said yes or no for the amount of money. And then that list of recommendations come to you, and you can review those and decide yes or no, we vote to approve that. Is that helpful? So it's not the approval of any entire agency, public or private. It's the approval of a program within that agency or that school.
I'm just really concerned about the implementation of it. And that's, yeah, and when it's federal money, you just, it seems like things happen and you just, lose control. That's my issue. But,
any other questions?
And I mean, when it comes to moral issues, that really is important to me.
Okay. Anything else? Motion would be in order to approve item D of the consent agenda. Dina and Betty. Further discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Abstain? Okay, I didn't see how you, I'm sorry, I didn't see how you voted. Yeah. Okay, that's 7, 2, 1. I'm sorry, I couldn't see, it was an eclipse.
I'm sorry.
Okay, on the chair's report, the first item A is remarks from the chair. I'm going to defer to the chair for that, but we're going to do the others first, and then I'm going to turn it back over to you, Melanie. Board member travel. Any additions to travel? I'm going to go to one of those meetings that Ben talked about at Greenbush, probably on the 7th of May. I want to hear that.
Oh. And Deborah, did I give you the one on the 8th? I'll go to that one.
Okay, we'll just say that part of the motion is going to include anybody that wants to go to any of those things will automatically be included, and tell Deborah at whatever time.
Yeah.
Lena.
I'll let you know.
I have Keisha Executive Board meeting and also the Board of Directors. It's on a Wednesday and Thursday. Let me see what Jim has written down.
April 25th.
On the 20, it'd be the 24th and 25th. And it's in Topeka, so. And in the morning of the 25th, I'm going to Auburn Washburn's district, state of the district also. So, but I'll already be here, so that doesn't need anything.
Ann?
Thank you. I think Deborah already gave you the Olathe School Board. I'll be speaking there May 1st. That's a Thursday, I think. Third time's a charm. Hopefully legislature won't get in the way.
Jim? Motion in order to approve the travel. Betty Dina. Okay, we're approving, boys and girls, we're approving the travel. All in favor, raise your. Motion carries. Committee reports. Excellent. Board Attorney's report. Mark, we appreciate in advance your brevity.
Yes, I'm currently starting the process of negotiations between the KSSD, KNEA, and the administration on behalf of the board. We've got a meeting tomorrow with our negotiations team. I don't anticipate protracted negotiations, but it has been a couple of years since we've participated in kind of the training and the interest-based bargaining, so we're going to discuss that process and how we might kind of renew that as part of the process. So there'll be more reports on that later. At the previous meeting, I kind of reported about some of the things that I do and sometimes how I get involved through the Office of the Attorney General. Coincidentally, right after that, I was retained to work on a federal lawsuit involving a plaintiff that has sued a number of education entities across the state, including school districts, and a number of cases over the last couple of years. And this particular case involves a sales tax exemption for what is reported as a homeschool. So I'm involved in that pretty heavily in Kansas federal court litigation. And other than that, I made, for the benefit of the group, reservations at 7 p.m. at the Hereford House in Shawnee, at which no business of the board will be discussed.
Thank you, sir. Requests for future agenda items. I mean, preface this to say that we've had so many over the last few months that we can't do everything each month, but we're trying to get to everything. Kathy?
I just want to publicly state, I've asked for a request for Fort Hays State University to be able to come in and let the board know what they're doing with teacher prep programs. They just are looking forward to letting the board know exactly what they've got going on to help with the teacher issue. Thank you.
I think we have that down tentatively for next month. Anything else? Madam Chair, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Vice Chair. Jim, thank you, Jim. And thank you for acting today as chair, Jim Porter, because once again, standing in for me as I'm recuperating. I'll just give another quick shout out to my wonderful cancer care team at KU Med. They've been amazing, and I appreciate the support of the board. I'm doing very well. So I have a few quick appointments to make, and I'll get you to dinner. The first is I hereby appoint Michelle Dombrowski to serve on the Kansas State High School Activities Association, known as KSHA. That'll be effective July 1. You just heard Dina's got a meeting coming up, so that begins on July 1 as Dina steps down. And then I am also appointing myself, Melanie Haas, to serve on the Special Education Advisory Committee called SEAC around here, and I will replace Jim McNeese. That is all I have for the chair report, sir. Thank you.
I believe we also need to since we now have the committee that we approved earlier today, what committee is that, Ann? I think we need to appoint Ann officially to that if that's okay with you, we'll do that.
That is great with me. Ann, are you willing to serve? Silly question.
I can do that, thank you.
Excellent. Hereby appoint Ann. And before I let you go, sorry, it almost qualifies as a committee report, but not really. Quick shout out for NASB's New Member Institute. As members, our state board is a member of NASB, NASBE, and we have 3 folks on the board right now who technically still qualify as new members. And one of the benefits of our membership with NASB is that we can send 2 people to their annual new member conference. And so that conference is coming up. I thought I had the date right here. It is July 9th and 10th in Washington, D.C. So I'll let the 3 of you talk amongst yourselves and decide on who might like to go. And I imagine if you all 3 want to go, there's a way to make that happen as well. I will send more information on that.
Melanie, is this at the cost to NASB? Are they still paying for it?
They do pay for those first 2 members. They give us 2 free tickets for those new members, yes.
Okay.
And Jim McNeese will be happy to put in a plug for how beneficial that conference is as well.
The NASB new member meetings are excellent. They're really good. And NASB is a strong voice for us at a national level as well as a regional level. And they have a lot of opportunities for you for personal and professional engagement and advancement. So I would encourage you highly to stay involved. And if you're not involved already, to get involved and find out what it really is and how it can help you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
And Jim, that's all I've got.
I believe we meet tomorrow at 8:30 at the School for the Blind. And we will meet unofficially at 7 o'clock at the Herbert House. And if you talk about school business, make sure that you're not within earshot of our attorney. We are in recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30. No, I might as well.